It's working this time. Very good. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. I think we'll save that the episode here. Yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Gamer, and I don't like this start of this episode here, so let's stop this here. It was a little too jarring of noises for me. Okay. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing look at World Ablaze, mod for Hearts of Iron 4, no step back DLC, or at least the improvements, I'm not sure exactly, but yeah, you get the point. How's everyone doing? Well, now this, what I'm going to comment on here, and I'd like your comments below, and if there's anybody yet in chat, comment there, but has nothing to do with World Ablaze, at least directly. I mean, this isn't brought up from World Ablaze at all. But there's a little bit of drama. It's not even really drama, but argument on the internet about Hearts of Iron 3, Black Ice. And my friend, oh my god, OMG, or however you want to call him, he's going to, well, you know, we're upgrading one of these units to one of these other units. Well, like one of them is an infantry division into an air mobile division, and it should cost you, go through the process of going through it will cost you this many ICs. I'm going, what? It's a training decision. It's the same division. It's a well-trained division, well-equipped division, and they're training it. Then there was one, the 22nd Luftlandia division, sort of an air mobile division. Hello, hate you. That's the guy's name. Not that I hate him. Sort of a non sequitur there. Division that there was one. I don't know how much it really operated. Don't know its history well, but it was an army division, not a Luftwaffe paratrooper unit, but it was an army division that was retrained and somewhat re-equipped to be an air mobile, not a parachute, but the idea of that, parachutists land at the Oslo airport and secure the airport, and then we start flying in planes and landing them, and the soldiers are marching off the plane, kind of thing. And to do if you played it, Hearts of Iron 3 does things a little differently. You build units, you don't train units and whatever. And his thing is, well, it would cost all these ICs to convert this infantry division from an infantry division to an air landing division. I'm going, what? Okay, you're removing all of their artillery, because none of the artillery is air mobile. At least none of the proper artillery. You may be replacing it with mountain artillery, because you could take it apart, load it on an aircraft, fly the aircraft there, land, take it off the aircraft, and reassemble it. It's made to its packable artillery. So yeah, you may be making new artillery there, but you have all this old artillery left behind, the thing that the ICs cost there. And since there's not an event to give that to, like here in Hearts of Iron 4, to dump it back into the pool of equipment, it just sort of disappears. So why is it costing so much, if anything at all, to retrain and re-equip this division? Because presumably you just take this artillery that isn't out of date or anything, it's just not used for air mobile, you just be giving it to another newly created infantry division somewhere. And so, or I'm saying it shouldn't cost anything, he's saying it should cost. Here's the question. Here's the clear question. How important is it to follow game mechanics for quote-unquote game balance when it does, at least to me, and I'm sure I'm not alone, but to me, it doesn't make sense in the real world. Is it better to go, oh, hey, here's a virtually, maybe not absolutely free, but basically free conversion of one division, not that you get to convert your whole army to, or half your army or whatever, to air mobile infantry, but one division free conversion over? Is it better to sort of do that to tailor some events to do it, or is it better to go, well, hey, this is what it would cost to do it in game, so since we're doing it, you're going to have to pay the cost to keep the overall balance going? Which is it? Follow the game rules, or is it better to bend the rules in a number of cases to match history? Similarly, and we're going a little bit around, over the 6th Panzer Division. Should it be free or virtually free in the case? Now, the 6th Panzer Division was I think the only one that was equipped with Czech 35T tanks. And I believe it also had other Czech equipment like artillery. I'm not absolutely sure on that. I know they captured lots of artillery, lots of anti-tank guns, a lot of that kind of stuff. So you have a German division, and you go, well, no, there's no division gets built for free. It has to be built sometime. You have to pay for it. Yeah, they captured it. They captured all the equipment from Czechoslovakia. There's a division, Panzer division worth of equipment piled up over there, including the tanks. And now you're recreating it as a German division. Well, presumably, and he's saying, well, there's no divisions for free. Yeah, there's divisions for free because you start with some divisions because they pre-existed. So this is just taking Czech equipment and reorganizing it and training up German soldiers to use it. You're creating a German Panzer Division. Now, the 7th Panzer Division, I'm not sure on its panzers because I'm pretty sure the T-38, or 38Ts, I should say, 38Ts, and that's Rommel's division. And I don't know how much of the 38Ts that in Rommel's division at that time were manufactured. I don't think many were, but were manufactured as part of Czechoslovakia, or later manufactured after German occupation of Czechoslovakia, just continuing the production line. But the 35Ts, I know no 35Ts, as far as I know. There may have been finishing up one contract that they sort of confiscated for like Romania or Sweden. I'd have to look at it. But basically, all 35T production was coming to a close in early 1939 when the 38Ts that had been sort of, we're going to make these in 1938, but only been put in production in 1939 and weren't very far into production when Germany rolls in early 1939, takes over the rest of Czechoslovakia. So the 35Ts are either out of production or winding down. So all of the German 35Ts that you see, those are all captured equipment after the Battle of France, and their losses include, repair. They end up giving the 35Ts that they have left. I think it's Hungary, but I'm not sure. They end up giving them away. Hello, Eric. So, is it better to sort of bend the rules of the game once in a while to match history, or is it better to have events following the rules? Just if you want to chime in on that below. And Arno has arrived. He is here. Arno is a great moderator here. Harry's also a moderator, but he's not a great one. He just mostly hangs out. I mean, I'm sure he'll do something if something's needing to be done and he's here, but he normally just lets Arno or somebody else do it. But yes, and of course I'm teasing Harry. Yeah, Harry sucks. Okay, well, we have enough political power to see about modifying our government. Yeah, and I know there's new people coming around all of these, so I hate Hearts of Iron, and I wish World Ablaze would get away from it. Give me a starting government Give me a starting thing. Doesn't have to be everything filled, but at least, you know, because they're like, for some nations they probably don't have a tank designer or something built. Do we want to go to extensive conscription? Well, we have 1,000,000 men, and I think this will increase our not just training time and reduce war. So we're not going to do that. What I'm worried about is economic fatigue with this mod. That's my big disagreement is with Uncharted on how. Oh no! I didn't really. Oh damn! I'm gonna have to pay for this misclick here. The modern. No, I don't want modern tech chassis. Not yet. Research speed. I don't know if I haven't. Okay, that was a misclick. Yeah. I was just saying that Ares is not as good a moderator as Arno, is what we were talking about. Hello, James. How you doing? So yeah, I guess I really do want people to comment on, because I build mods, which is low level game, or I guess it'd be low my game tweaking designing, and it's Third Reich events, and I've always tried to focus on making them historically based decisions. There very well might be a what if fact. Well, what if something is different, but a historically plausible, historically set up one. Okay, now we're going to go with Keitel here because he is reducing our training time for divisions, because we are currently in the division building phase of the game. So we'll do that. We have here, don't know that we need to bother with Navy at the moment. We'll get things going on. Okay, now we're continuing our battles in Spain. Get some organization. They're low on supply here. I don't know why with the rails that they're controlling, but maybe it's just we're going to attack into here. I think they look a little less organized, a little less supplied, maybe than they're equipped. There. Oh, I know, Ari. That's sort of what I was saying, is you do fine when you're here, but you're not where Arno's a great moderator. You're not. You're good to have around, absolutely. But yeah, I've got to create drama somehow here, YouTubers exist only because of YouTube drama. Okay. How long is that? Days. Okay. I think we might go for that. Know that we need. Ooh, December, West Wall. Okay, Yeah, let's do Nuke. Oh, I wouldn't use that name. I'm remembering the name correctly. There is the head of the Dutch. I don't know whether they call them fascists or National Socialist Party, but at least Portugal's joining in my fight here for this province. Spain is an interesting case of where local grievances, which we see this in the Cold War a lot, and this is, I guess Spain would be, that's interesting. The pre-world, the Cold War prior to World War II. That's an interesting topic. I got to think about that for a minute while we expand some of our industrial centers. Okay. But local issues draw in a lot of foreign actors. We have Spain here, of course, locally, but we got Portugal, we got Germany. I think there should be some Italians operating here. Italy had approximately 3 divisions fighting in the Spanish Civil War, and I don't see any here at the moment. That's interesting. I think I would. Is there some reason Italy hasn't joined? Do we have? Oh, they're over here for some reason. Now, this used to often be the case, and maybe it's still being the case, or maybe they just arrived, that the AI division is coming and sit in the port. Oh no, there they go. They're moving. They just arrived. Okay. They're having 4 at the moment, but yeah. Historically, as far as I can tell, there were no Soviet. Often we see Soviet divisions here in Spain. There were no Soviet divisions, but there were Soviet advisors, Soviet trainers. Okay, well. Now that we're 1938, do that. Italians over here. 4,000. So yeah, no volunteered. Yeah, and thank you, Hate. Good for the info. I knew that there were a lot of Soviets running around, and so that would, even if they were concentrated into one location, they would not equivalent to a division. To my understanding, they were running around playing secret police, playing actual, field trainers, advisors, whether working as sort of people's commissars or advisors to Spanish officers as to what to do in combat, that kind of role. And 4,000 people, actually 3,000, no problem. The exact number is not important for this discussion. And everyone who's watching, if you're really interested in the Spanish Civil War or something similar, either watch a proper documentary on it or read a book on it or an article. I am giving historical commentary. not historical facts here, so please keep that in mind. And so what you're seeing here with going on, you know, the Soviets are using this war as a as both a training war, a proxy war to see how these how war is changing with new equipment, as well as the greater struggle, if you will, to spread communism internationally. So it is doing it at both, and I would say the Nazis are using it primarily as a training war. Why would I say that and not as trying to? Because they're not. There is, as far as I can tell, there is no intention of spreading National Socialism to Spain. They are. There is, generally speaking, at any one time, less than 300 army personnel in Spain at any one time. That's my understanding. And it may be down to like 100, 150 going on. Now, there's a lot more Luftwaffe personnel, but army personnel, there was not. So this division is way overstrength. And multiple times we can see records of Berlin or whoever, you know, back in Germany, sending orders or reminders to not having any German anywhere near the front line. They don't even really want them to be observers. They want to train the Spaniards and give them some equipment. Now the Italians, that's a different matter. They send, like I say, approximately 3 divisions. They are definitely trying to help a fellow Phalangist party, you know, fascist party, the Phalangists in Spain. I would say with the Germans, see, they are trying to block the communists. That is different than trying to spread National Socialists. And this was sort of, you get 2 other powers operating in or around Spain, and that is the British and the French. There is, and now what both of their contributions, other than obviously the French sitting along the borders here, is their major contribution is a Neutrality Patrol. They, along with, I think the Soviets, but I'm not sure, but the Italians and the Germans all provide naval vessels that are patrolling areas along the coastline of Spain and trying to keep out foreign intervention. Now you can see how this could be a problem. There's openly Italian divisions operating, wearing Italian uniforms. There are lots of German aircraft flying around, and there's German ships trying to keep the German supplies from getting through. Yeah, right. No, it's like they're out there and they're like, hey, nobody else is here, send in the ship, kind of thing. And they're literally assisting the nationalists to get their supplies through. So I have to wonder what's the thinking on this. Now at this time, of course, Churchill is in the wilderness in that he is not part of the political establishment, has lost all of his jobs in government. He's still a member of parliament, but is just a member of parliament. So his vehement anti-communism. I got 2 weeks last week, which made me enjoy my job. Then I went to work for a week and I realized I hate my job. Then I realized I love the money. Exactly. My nose joined 3 inches. Don't know about that one, but okay. Yep. Well, jobs are good to do, and they can get you money. Yes. And so I don't know. So you why are France and England even trying to put up the idea of the Neutrality Patrol? How is this war going to spread? I don't see it. I mean, it could spread into Portugal. It's not gonna. I don't know. Spread into France. I don't know. But Germany definitely wanted to see how well their aircraft worked. They were very, very involved with that in this new war. Oh, we need to, okay. We have our air up over here, obviously. Yes, we're mostly operating in southern Spain. So let's move them down to here. They still, of course, have enemy air superiority. Hoping we would now get... Oh, there we go. We briefly had it. Hey, Ringo, the dingo. Yeah, well, I don't know. I've disliked jobs that I did for quite a while, but as Ari says, you want to get the money. And I've had jobs that I've liked quite a bit. I'm not making enough, but I'm really loving the job I'm doing now. Talking on YouTube and Twitch and whatnot. That to me is a fantastic job. I wish we were down here with our tank because we would be pushing into these empty zones, but we're not. And we're going to keep the pressure up here, which is tying up a few divisions. Okay, so we've done the naval rearmament. That's 21 days. That's where we want to get. February 3rd. Helping in the sense that we're tying up a few divisions here. I was hoping that we were going to lead a blitz across there, but it doesn't seem so at the moment. And we're only just fighting into the hills, so that isn't terrible terrain. Okay, well, we can now produce more stuff. Let's look here. What do we need to produce more of? Well, we're getting a lot of artillery. That's one of the things that I really want to make sure that I have a lot of. Tanks. We could do some tanks. Do we have a production line of Panzer IVs? I think it could be. We're going to start some Panzer IV production. Now, let's look here. We don't need all of this. If we can see how much we're reducing it. Yeah, we'll just do that. And here, Dutch East Indies, let's see. We're getting, we'll go down, well, yeah, we'll go down by one factory, which will open up our civilian factories a little more from the import. What's the composition? Okay, that's good. At least you know what you would be. Yeah, okay. Where is the caretaker job from The Shining? I dream about that job to this day. Oh boy. Currently, the Panzer Division is an early style Panzer Division. We do have a fair amount of artillery, light tanks, a little bit of infantry. You know what we could do? Okay, well, down a little bit. Cars, a little bit in tanks, but they'll be sending out reinforcements. Let's come back here. Let's add a we have enough. And okay, so we have combat assault engineer company, motorized logistics company, maintenance company, scout reconnaissance, and motorized field hospital. So we don't have any assault guns or anything yet. We could add a signal company. Yeah, let's add that. So our division will be a little bit better there. Now for our infantry division. Okay, we have currently no anti-tank in our infantry division. This is our basic one? Yeah, our basic one here. So, okay, well, that'll take up a lot of our, half of our anti-tank weapons. Uh, how much more we do? Is there just support artillery? Let's see about that. Okay, and we have heavy support, and that's where we have support artillery, along with this artillery. And that is going to be my focus of infantry with lots of artillery. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Make these units a lot better. Might be a good time to march into other countries you need their industries. Hello, Federico Vago. Well, we're going to try to push into Austria. I'm going to do a mostly historical start. I like to evaluate a game, or a mod or a game or whatever, of how well it does history. So even if I could march into Denmark or the Netherlands or something now, I'm not going to. You want to use a motorized maintenance company for your Panzer to actually go fast. Yes, I think that's what I have currently for my Panzers. It is, oh, it's not a maintenance, okay, it's not the motorized maintenance company. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I want to actually do go fast, so we want that. Later switch to heavy maintenance company when you have the tanks. Okay. Good. The heavy tanks, I'm presuming. Okay. Well, now we should be a little faster with this, though. Don't know that it's helping with this attack, though the signals company and whatnot might be of help. Hello, Oli. How you guys doing today? Anybody new here? If you're new on Twitch, you can hit the follow button, and if you're new on YouTube, you can hit the subscribe button. And of course, everyone watching on YouTube, if you would do me a favor of hitting the like button, I would appreciate that. Okay, I want to look here. What are we missing? Okay. Oh, we got enough troops. Okay, so we should do that next. A little early, but we could do that next. We gotta move 3 and 5 divisions. Okay, so what they're talking about is here and here. Okay, you guys come down to here. You guys come down to here. Yeah, they don't have their full strength right now. I don't know. Okay, we'll give them a break. Well, guys. God, I've been playing so much Hoi pretty recently. Prioritize motorization priority. Okay, not just for supplies. I don't know, but we are getting strength up here. Focusing improved. Okay, but we want to check out. I know this is almost happening. Okay, these 5 divisions over here. Here. You guys come down. You need to come right over to there. That will do it. Okay. Now, research. Huh. Okay, now we can do onslaught. Okay. But well, before we go with this, let's take a quick look Here, okay, good. They have. Wait, I don't care about the research slots because it won't help us. But they've got their armament effort, which gets all of their buildings and whatnot done. Very good. That's what we want to see. I don't care about much anything else from them. We want them to be fully built up. Now, how is Czechoslovakia doing? With their, oh, well, they have their own tree. They're not just standard. They haven't got the 38T yet, though I don't know if it will help us. Oh, so here they need to focus on all of this before I go in there. Come on, people. Doesn't look like they're going to. This is a particular plan, the dastardly plan of the mods. If you want them in well-stocked away from that line, passively. Earlier in the war, right, imagine how depressing it would be to have a light tank in your country, poured all these resources in it, then have it disabled by a grenade or an anti-tank rifle. Yeah. Well, this is a not a total conversion because it's still World War II, but this is a massive reworking of Hoi 4 mod, I guess we'd call it. Well, let's look here. Okay. If you were to come down here. Down around this way. Get reorganized, continue to... Hey, Mum, Waldy, how you doing? Are we winning yet? Well, I would say generally we're winning the Spanish Civil War. Can't I? Oh. That off. That's still thinking I wanted to do a strategic redeployment. Okay. Oh, pause. Basic medicine, that sounds like a nice thing to have. No, you should be able to, but yeah, well, it's this one here. Okay, currently we have, let's see, we have light units. We just have infantry options here, you know, as an option to change that up too. I was noting that this is mostly light infantry. Oh, we have our trains, and I want to move here. Oh no, here we want our Dora. No, no. When the Germans use grenadier, it means person who throws grenade. Traditionally, in the 18th, well, 17th and 18th century, it means very differently. Panzer grenadier is what functionally in World War II means mechanized infantry. Hitler renames or has all of the infantry divisions renamed Volksgrenadier divisions, except for the Jaeger divisions and the Gebirgsjäger, the mountain troops. That was just sort of giving them a fancy title. Grenadiers, okay, I guess people like my stories. Grenadiers It comes out of the Spanish for Granado. They were people in the 17th century that carried around round metal balls filled with gunpowder and had the fuse on them. Well, in the 17th century, that was sort of okay because people had slow matches on them, meaning constantly burning matches, and they had gunpowder all over themselves. So periodically it would go, and you might die or just be horribly wounded by that. And so the muskets were so close range, and they often got into the idea of pikes in the push. So most infantry units that were from an advanced nation, I know many of you played EU, but were a mix of musketeers and pikemen, because they had yet to figure out the bayonet, and the muskets weren't shooting fast enough to keep particularly horses away from running in and running over them, but also massed infantry. So they had pikemen mixed with muskets. Well, they, came up with grenades, bombs basically that you light a fuse and you would throw it. And so you got the guys who could best throw the grenades to carry some of the grenades and be ready to throw it. And so when you got close enough to the enemy, you could throw a few hand grenades over there at them because they're all close together in pike formation, and they blow up and they hurt them. Well, coming into the 18th century, there are the soldiers are no longer using slow match. You're only putting fire when you're pulling the trigger. So the idea of walking around with because you need a slow match to reliably light these grenades, walking around with all this gunpowder ready to go kaboom became less of a fun thing to do. Warfare was getting safer, at least from your own weapons. Might be getting more dangerous from the enemy weapons. And the ranges in which most exchanges happened got too large to throw grenades at the enemy. But grenades didn't disappear because they're useful. They were particularly used in sieges, either when you're assaulting a fortress or defending a fortress. Because you can imagine you're behind the wall, there's enemy climbing up the wall, on ladders or something. You light the grenade, you throw the grenade over the wall, the grenade goes down, it goes boom and, maybe kills a few guys holding the ladder or getting ready to climb up the ladder. Or you created a breach in the wall and you're all storming up the wall, and the guys that are almost to the top get there, light their grenade, throw the grenade over the wall, into the enemy's inside. So grenades still hung around, but grenadiers became more of an elite status. For a line battalion, a standard battalion, you would have, generally speaking, it varied from nation to nation, time to time, 10 companies. But they would have 2 special companies out of the 10. One would be the light infantry, which really basically, and from most of it, are same as everybody else, except for they were trained to go out in front to have one that's sort of detached from the line of battalion. You can if this is the front, have all these these companies all lined up, have one of these companies detach and spread thinly out in front to shoot at and annoy the enemy. And if enemy cavalry came charging in, they would run back to the main bunch to get protection from the bayonets. Or if the other enemy line comes towards them, they would eventually fade back and reform up with them. So they were sort of scouting picket troops, skirmishers out in front. And they were sort of an elite group to be in the light company. And then there was the Grenadier Company, which was sort of the elite, heavy, big guy company here. What particularly practiced in the English armies, they would often detach all of the light companies and form light infantry battalions. There'd be battalion-sized units of skirmishers. And they would detach all the grenadiers to form a grenadier battalion of sort of elite assault troops. And this is similar in Frederick the Great's army and similar in the Austrian, the Habsburg army. Similar practices were done. So by the time you're rolling around into World War II, and I know there's been some chat there, I'll look at it in a minute. It does come out of, well, it's, they also did boarding actions, Federico. Granada, yes, grenade. I knew it came from Spanish. They became, and then there's like the Grenadier Guards was a battalion or a regiment within the English army. So Grenadier becomes a sort of elite status to achieve. So there's Grenadier regiments around in the 18th and into the 19th century, and now you come into the 20th century. Grenadiers have this sort of, oh, hey, you're better than just regular troops. And that's where you get calling them Panzer Grenadiers, which is armored grenadiers, as being Panzertruppen, were in the German army, particularly leading up to World War II. They were considered an elite. They went to more schooling, more training, because they all went through basic infantry training, to get in the army and basic whatever. But they were so few of the Panzer troops at the time, and they were highly trained troops. So, they wore their black uniforms, not because they were SS or anything. They just wore their black uniforms. A mix of traditions out of the Black Brunswickers, another whole story there I won't go into, and black uniforms that particularly oil stains wouldn't show on the uniforms. Sort of a mix of practical and other elite tradition in Germany. So they were an elite panzer troops. Well, as now training up troops that were not just, hey, we ride around in a truck, infantrymen, we ride around in a truck and then get out and go fight as normal. You are now training the idea of infantry to ride, at least sometimes, in armored, vehicles, half-tracks in this case, and would closely follow along and support an assault along with the armor. So these were now armored grenadiers. They were sort of elite. Well, as Germany started losing the war, Hitler renames all the divisions Volksgrenadier, Peoples, because we're now, you gotta always note, the Nazis always use leftist terms, peoples, as in we're all the peoples in it together kind of thing. People's Grenadiers. So you're no longer the 3rd Infantry Division, you're now the 3rd Volksgrenadiers, the 3rd People's Grenadier Division, and fight harder now because you got a better name. Nothing else has changed but your name. So it becomes a meaningless term by the end of World War II for Germany. Let's go back to this. Okay, I mean, a lot of us take for granted tanks as they are today, but even in pre-World War II, tanks were still, they were very much trying to figure out what is it. Free civil engines went to exhaust inside the tank. Oh yeah, in World War I, that was the problem, exhaust. Your tall dude, tall dudes often they were picked, but yes. Granado in Spain. Okay, hello, Ram Felix, you're a bot. You want to kill a bot, Arno? On Twitch? Maybe you already have. I'm just going through the chat here. So there's basic infantry called Grenadiers and any other type infantry. Yeah, well, it's just, different. I don't know of any United States units called Grenadiers. Just don't know of any. I'm not saying they don't exist, but they were quite common in many military traditions. There was the Grenadier Guards, which I think is still in existence today in England. I think they're just down at battalion strength or something like that. And I don't know if there are other German divisions. Maybe Germany still had lots of regiments and still maintained a lot of Kaiser era, pre-World War One era traditions for naming, so there very well may be regiments that still had the term grenadier in them at the start of World War Two. So, yeah, let's go through almost door time. Well, we're getting ready to researching. You should finalize your division so you have production goals. Yeah, I'm working on that. Like I mean, the British countryside. So. Okay, it's dead now. Okay, yes, your hand is mighty. Good. Yes. Okay, so yeah, that's sort of the story. I mean, that's sort of the. I know the U.S. Army has gone through various changes in uniforms over the years, obviously, but recently. There was a period during the 90s after the Cold War where we want to make all of our soldiers feel special and best, so let's give them, every soldier give them berets, because berets make you feel better, and if you have berets, you're going to be a better soldier. Yeah, so they made the beret meaningless in the American military system by giving all of the Army, everyone berets. The United States Army hates with a passion the idea of elite units. The United States Army hates with a passion the idea of elite units. And it's an institutional thing. So they always want to disparage or bring down elite units because they don't like them, even though, of course, they have them. So, yeah. In my opinion, looking at things, elite can mean several different things. Sometimes a selection course, get through the Green Beret or SAS selection course, make it really tough and so only a few get in. So selection courses can make it elite. Elite can also mean well equipped or equipped with special equipment. And other elite can be simply more training or more experience over standard. Was sick about that. Yeah, they hate it, but glorify the elite. Well, in the United States Army, they really don't. Yeah, I know some some people coming out of the special forces have made it to very high ranks recently. I mean, as in the last 10 years or so, but they really don't like the idea of special or elite. They really like the idea that we're all the same. It's an institutional thing with the U.S. Army, and so then the Rangers had to go from their black berets to sort of SAS tan berets to differentiate themselves from standard soldiers. So yeah, it's just silly. Where a beret used to be something you had to earn, whatever color it was sort of red or maroon for airborne, or green for the Green Berets, or the Special Forces, or the Ranger Black. Don't know if Delta Force ever really had a beret color, but sort of make that out to be somehow special because they that and we are making factories as we go along here. Use on slush. Hello. I'll call you 6. It looks like if that's the first. That's a number there. Someone with Cyrillic. I may have seen you around before, but I don't remember. may not quote unquote have to, but it does help to pay attention to where the railroads are and how you're attacking it. Hello, MMDB, how you doing today? I'm gonna push down. These are the guys we just beat. Trying to down, cut off some railways here. Defending along the river, good. See if we can cut across here. Okay, improved rubber processing. I'm sure that will be helpful. Long term, even short term, it may be helpful. Well, I'm sure it will be. Beals are psychos. I wouldn't say that. They're dedicated. Hello, Knight Sergeant Huntman. I don't think you can do that anymore. No, I'm not going to do it. They are already at war. China is going to lose this. Hello, San Mama. How you doing? Yeah. It's not. Well, you can masochist. You were a Marine, you watched them train. Yeah, well, I could say the same thing about Marines. So, you know, if I were to send an attaché, would they? No, they will. No, neither side wants to accept my attaché. Oh, Japan will accept now. Okay, we'll send attachés to Japan. Yeah, we're the bad guys. We're going to help the other bad guys out here and taking on. Yeah, I've had a lot of Marine friends. Yeah, well, people like that stuff. Okay, I am keep pushing here. Maybe the Spanish will keep following me, even though we're pushing away from railroads. The computing machine, very useful. Okay, computer. Hello, computer. And we'll also go for computers. Talk of Alexander and some of Hercules, but of all the bravest heroes, there's none that can compare to those who row to the poop hunter. And I'm back, baby. Okay, poop hunter, how you doing? We can cut off Madrid from this coastal provinces. Come on, occupy this, dude. There we go, we got it. There we go. We also got a little pocket in there, too. Active duty saving a person, never put myself through SEAL training. Yeah, well, I've met a few SEALs. I wouldn't say I've ever had any like that were friends or anything that I really knew. I don't, after their selection courses, I don't know that it's particularly harsh and brutal. Oh, well, they've sort of opened their pocket back up. Okay. Well, research some better planes. I'm probably going to keep making these BF 109s until I jump to these, just so that I'm not disrupting production too much. I'm not saying that that's the best option here, just the option that I'm going to pursue at the moment. I'm gonna keep producing these trains. I don't care that they're not the best. And what do we? Yeah, better trains and armored cars. Well, first let's get some Panzer IVs and do production before we go down. Or well, not armored car, half tracks, but yeah. Yeah. I hear you. On slush. Okay, so we just got Austria as part of our Grossreich. Greater Reich. Not going to do that until the war starts. More oil contracts. Okay, put more. Man-sedating land. We need to get manpower deployed up a lot or more. I don't know exactly how much manpower we have. No, we're not going to send 500 of our fighters over there. Well, you know, we're going to do, now that we moved inland, we're going to do some more naval effort. I want to get to the dockyard here, which will get us 10 more naval dockyards. We're just building submarines, but still. Well, thank you, Matai Victor Sandu, for watching both on Twitch and YouTube. It does help. Yeah, I've seen video footage of the crashing Huey thingy in the pool. Yeah, and your Air Force again, finalize your division since they lose experience when they reinforce more manpower. Just okay, thank you. Hey, yeah, I need to definitely get some of these divisions trained up. What always bothers me about training divisions is their cost and equipment. I just don't like that. It's a basic element of Boy 4, but like I say, I don't terribly like it. Let's do that, increase production there. Still burnt by not having enough artillery in one game, so we're going to increase artillery production. Is there something here that I should be producing that I'm not? Well, I guess we can start with a little bit of that, get those. No, I think we're good. Models. I think we're going to make some condors here because I like condors. Some of those 8 a year. Well, get up there and in development. Maybe some heavy artillery here. That stuff. For 1 year, it costs like 4,000 tanks. Like what? Yeah. You don't terribly like Hoi 4 system. I heard you say Hoi 4, but well, what I don't like is how their training works, particularly in that it consumes equipment and not supplies. I just don't agree with that at all. Let's look here. Edit. Okay. 6 in those versus what is? Didn't we have? Oh, is this? Okay, the same thing. So the Austrian and German ones are the same. Sometimes, oh, no, these guys are not on our, okay, so Austria. Okay, so what we want to do is convert these guys over. What is not allowing me to do that? What's wrong? Template has been decommissioned. Right, I understand the template has been decommissioned. Cannot change this because that would cause, oh, excess our force cap. Oh. Ah. Yeah, they don't, it doesn't have supply, it has supply effect. This was early on semantics that we were arguing with them. Well, there's supply in the game. No, there's supply effects, meaning that we can see down here, these units here don't have enough supplies, meaning that there's too many here in that province. I sometimes want to call it a hex, but in that province, for the supply, what can be supplied in that thing. So they're low on supplies, but that doesn't, you don't build supplies like you do in Hoi 3. So it's, hello John. So it's just equipment that you have, and you consume equipment, which I don't like. Only mine takes 10 seconds to do a path. Well, we're not past 38 yet, but so far when I played before, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Now, you can, if you're on, yes, you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and see my computer system stats, which I'm sure affect that. And sure, Poop Hunter, if you have a question. No, we have no poop lying around for you if that was your question. I'm not sure though. Okay, so we're going to come, I'm going to come in and click you, click you, click you, click you. Okay, good. And we're going to click here. Let's see, do we have a... I still got lags. Yeah, I don't know. Seems unplayable after 39. Now, are you playing base Hoi 4 or are you playing a modded game? This is modded here. I've not had any problem playing unmodded games, that's for sure. i7 4. It seems like it should run it. What else do you have running in the background? I don't know. Deedle. Well, that's a bad picture of Deedle. But okay, we'll put Deedle in charge there. We got this new guy here, the Schnell Division. We can look here. Template. Yeah, well, okay. The Schnell Division did have armor historically. Italian armor and funky armor cars. Oh, you want to join that unit? Okay, Schnell Division. Let's convert you to a Panzer Division. Yes, we have the equipment available. We will do so. So you'll become a Panzer Division, the Schnell Division. There. . Got the expert AI. Okay, well, I don't know if the AI. Yeah, I don't know. What is Correx? I'm mispronouncing it. I don't know, because some of the earlier stuff shouldn't be that big of a problem, I don't think. I don't know. You don't need the DLCs to trade. Okay, low trade influence. When gamer goes silent like this, gamer is trying not to explode. Is it because I haven't been fucking clicking these things every... This is what I don't like when modders come up with clever things. And it's blatantly unhistorical. Now, I'm not absolutely sure why. The US should fucking be trading with Germany as much as Germany wants to. Why in the hell? Why in the hell? Why does America have such a low opinion of Nazi Germany in May 1938? There's somebody either watching live or watching later. I'm sorry, I'm from the, whether it's Uncharted or somebody else. Whatever. Yeah, Corex, I don't have a good answer for you. Talk with people on the forums about your settings. I'm not sure. But why does... What are they using as justification? Yeah, they want their loans repaid. That's the thing. They want trade with Germany. And they got upset with Germany. Said, well, yeah, well, but you see, there shouldn't be anything going on that wrecks trade with Germany at this point. Even with Britain at this point so much. What? Because I have intentionally not gone with continued autarky here because I wasn't trying to get this because I know this exists. What in the game, what in history does it make the US upset with Germany to this scale? Okay, autarky, it says. Well, this isn't... Yeah, this is just screwy. Crystal knock. Well, well, that has very little effect in the United States. It is, I believe, late 1938. I'm not always good on dates, but Crystal knock does happen. But that really doesn't have this. As far as I know, I've not missed. There hasn't been any reparations that. U.S. oil purchases. We're unable to trade directly with the USA. We can instead negotiate a deal with the oil companies to fulfill our needs. We get a lot of fuel, this here, but yeah. But the U.S. wanted to trade with Germany, is everything that I can tell. Now this changes in, 1939, 1940, particularly 1940, I would really say, because it's fairly late 39, that things change in 40. But before then, no. Always whatever are talking about, maybe a bug or wonky mod. Yeah. Yeah, I get that there's this autarky here. Autarky puts self-reliance, yes, above any trade with other nations. Okay, yes, but this is where, yes, this episode's gone on long enough, but where they put game mechanics over history. Yes, Germany is trying to build a self-sufficient economy for multiple reasons, but this primary reason that the 4-year plan, if it's one of these things here, exists is in preparations for the expected war that's coming, and they want to build that an internal economy. But while that's going on, they are importing goods, and goods as well as importing resources. This just does not seem like a sort of proper thing. Well, we're going to end the episode, not the live stream. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. You got any questions or can answer some of my questions, I'd love to have you post below. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Yeah, we're going to continue this. Don't worry. I want to read some of the chat. Yeah, so Germany paid huge reparations to France and England, and they made payments on the loans to the USA loaned Germany money for reparation payments. Absolutely. 1939, whenever Roosevelt gives his "don't invade these countries" speech, would be logical point to make the U.S. angry. Yes, hi Nate, how you doing? I don't think that was well, I think that was after the invasion of Poland. I don't know what the exact speech you're talking about. I haven't looked deeply into, as I've looked very deeply into Germany, building my mod Third Reich events for Hearts. Well, there is a Hearts of Iron 4 version, but it's no longer valid, built on a much earlier version of it. And at one point around this time, the U.S. does recall its ambassador to Germany in protest for the lack of repaying of the loans. And I have an event related to that in which you could sort of repay the loans, give you do a cost, and or choose not to, and you get even worse relations with America. But whether it's Standard Oil, Ford Motor Company has a major plant in Cologne, another plant somewhere else that are making trucks. And so that's a major source of trucks in Germany, in trade. And there's another General Motors owns a company in Germany. Let's see if it's here. Oh, yes, it's here. Opel. This is a wholly owned American company. Opel is let me repeat this. Opel is a wholly owned American company at this time, through to the end of the Second World War. It is never nationalized by Germany. It is owned by General Motors until the end of the war. Now, General Motors makes no profit from the war on this because Germany duly pays into a bank account for every Opel truck or whatever that Opel makes, every product. Germany pays for it into Reichsmarks. At the end of the war, they're worth nothing. So don't think that GM profited by selling trucks to the Nazis. Well, yeah, before the war starts, sure. But once the war starts, yeah, that just goes into Germany, pays it into the bank account for the U.S. and paying it in Reichsmarks. Well, would have been worth something had Germany won, but since Germany loses, the Reichsmark is worth zero. Oh, and a lot of their factories are bombed, so it's not like U.S. companies are profiting off of fighting the Americans. No, they didn't. Ford didn't make any money off of its manufacturing, Ford manufacturing, which was producing trucks in Germany. They didn't make any money off of fighting America, because again, it goes into a bank account. Yeah, the bank accounts are still there at the end of the war, but the money is worthless. It doesn't profit them, or at least nothing significantly. I mean, you might come up with, it somehow benefited them in some minor way. Yeah, maybe, but it's not like they were being traitors or whatever. But we can see here that the largest motorization element in Germany is America, and one of the other larger ones is also America. So they are constantly trading financially, resources. Germany is not at any point trying to limit foreign investment in Germany. So this is just ridiculous. And this, see what they're after. I've gone off my rant. When did Morgenthau come into office? I don't know right offhand. Okay, I'll drop. Okay, yeah. Nate, if you, especially putting it in our Discord server, if you have the link there. 1934 Morgenthau. Okay, I wonder if the Russians made payments on Lend-Lease after the war. I doubt it highly, but I don't know. Now, the Russians, pre-war, the U.S. already, let me just quickly get to the U.S. already secretly backing UK 6-year war plan by 38. Okay, I don't know about that, Nate. I just don't know. I'm not saying they don't. I just don't know. It was fact at some point. Don't know. Well, hey, Arno, can you pop the Discord link into maybe both? I know it may already be there, but definitely need it in YouTube for me, the link to our Discord server. During this rough period, thanks, Arno, sometime 36, 38, whatever, because the Depression is on in America, there's not a lot of work. But the Soviets want to build it's an automotive factory. We can just call it that. I'm not sure whether it's trucks or tractors or something. They want to build an automotive factory. And they convince one of the factory designers from the US, and I forget his name, to come to the Soviet Union and build them an automotive factory. And this has to go get approval from the US government. And there will be selling of some industrial production machinery to the Soviet Union. And so they go over there and they set up an automotive production factory in the American style, which is much more efficient than German production styles. It's just the way the whole workflow development. And the Soviets pay very close attention to this. they get the factory producing, and it produces really well. Now, it might not have the quality of production that the Germans have, because Germany is producing very high quality of production. The U.S. is producing rather decent quality production too. Germany just noted for very high quality production. But German production is not very efficient prior to World War II and during World War II. The U.S. is probably the U.S. is more efficient than British and higher quality production than British. And now we're talking overall. To this day, the automotive repair group for the British Army are called fitters. The mechanics are called fitters. Why are they called fitters? Well, when you had a car, and let's say the carburetor is bad, and you wanted to put on a new carburetor. So they would send you a new carburetor for that model of car, and you would get it and put it on the car and go, this don't fit. It wobbles. It doesn't seal right. So what you would have to do is you'd have to take the carburetor off and figure out, put down a little some ink or something to see where it's touching or not touching, and then get the file out, file it down. Does it fit? No. They'd have to fit the parts together. Okay. And this is for tanks and trucks during World War II. That when you got a replacement part, not something, because they had to fit it together out of the factory, but the quality of production is so sloppy through to the end of World War II, and I don't know how long after it. The parts just on vehicles, trucks, tanks, artillery pieces just don't naturally fit together. Britain is one of the first nations to industrialize, but it does not, as a standard practice, come to good quality machine fitted together as standard. So this one thing that was noted when some of these mechanics showed up at some of the American depots during World War II, they looked around and they noticed one thing that was missing in American automotive depots. There were no vices, a vice, a thing you attach to a workbench and, would hold something and screw it together. Because all the British, they'd have these vices because you would put the part in the vise to, grind on it a bit to make it fit. The Americans just took the thing out of the box, went over and stuck it on the vehicle and bolted it in, and it worked. Even if it was, the truck was made by Ford, but the part, the distributor cap, the carburetor may be made by Chrysler, but during World War II, multiple companies, competing companies would make the competition's model of truck or whatever for World War II. They paid licensing fees and all that kind of stuff. So, but even when you have, for the same model of truck, even though you have parts made by two different companies, they just fit together. Their quality and fit together was just, you didn't need to fit them together, they just went together, just put them together. So British quality of production is not very good at this time. Germany is maybe, well, generally speaking, maybe closer tolerances, so higher quality, but not necessarily better performing. It's more quality for quality's sake in most cases, I would say. Now, I'm sure there are some edge cases where, like the idea of you only need to have your rifle be so accurate, that it's going out there and shooting it. Unless you're going to have a sniper rifle, you don't need to have all your rifles sniper rifle accurate, because soldiers aren't going to shoot that good. You just need to make it accurate enough. Okay, and so you find things like the accuracy of submachine guns are pretty poor because they're bullet hoses meant to be operating at close range. That's fine. Well, the Germans would try to make everything super accurate, sort of accuracy for accuracy's sake, more than needed. Needed again at the peak performance, the sniper level, not at the common soldier level. Well, the Soviets, of course, did not make high quality, but they made functional quality Their rifles wouldn't be as accurate, wouldn't be as well fitted, but they would all work. And they were designed to function without the needs of high quality. But they adopted and they learned from this automotive factory that was set up in the Soviet Union how to produce things in the American style, which was the most efficient manufacturing style to that date. And so their production on vehicles was very high. So this, unlike dealing with Germany, you had to get special permission to build a factory in the Soviet Union at the time. You didn't, unless it was something sensitive, and then you would have to get special permission. And I would say often it was granted for the US. So there is not a massive, at this time, 38, 36, into 39. You know, it isn't really on Roosevelt's radar, the Anschluss, or even the Sudeten question. It really isn't. It isn't until general war breaks out that it really gets on to Roosevelt's. And yeah, I'm sure that they are, worried a bit about German expansionism, but it just doesn't seem to be for basic things, trading. Okay, I have to go, Poop Hunter. Have a good time. Statistical process control. Okay. I haven't specifically heard that term. But, so yeah, it's manufacturing is an interesting thing for this time period, and it really affects a lot. Germany makes a lot of mistakes in that, and Speer is only partially able to correct for them. Okay, next episode. Hold it just a second. Let me turn the heater off. It's warm enough now. Here, in the morning it was cold. Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continued look at World Ablaze for Hearts of Iron 4 No Step Back. Let's see what Waldy is saying. Statistical process control was pioneered by Walter A. Shart at Bell Laboratories in the early 1920s. Edward Deming made it widely known. Okay. That is interesting. I would love a brief article on that, if you like, on Wikipedia or something. That would be something I'd want to read. Not a novel, but a thick book, but a brief one. That would be something I'd love to look into. And yes, as we were sort of talking about how there is too much limitations, in my opinion, and based on history, that for trading for Germany that just don't match. Let's do that. Oh, not 3, 2. Let's just do this. This just is not my understanding of the realities of the 1930s and trade, lack thereof. Okay, let's. Okay. You want to put some pressure on. The Sudeten, or on Czechoslovakia to get to Sudetenland. Well, let's create another. We want to give this to, okay, Falcon. Oh, you're the same color as them now. Lovely. God, I hate their color selections. That would be good for Luftwaffe.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken. 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 Achtung. Angetreten. Ausrücken. Ausrücken. Zuhören.
Out. We're getting to occupy all the hexes. Or not hexes, but provinces. So he's playing some other game. Very well. Taking the statistical process control to Japan. Yes, Japan definitely does. Japan, prior to World War II, is not rather effective in industrial capacity. It just isn't. It has a lot, but it's not effective. At least in my opinion. We're still in May 38. I don't know what I should be. Naval bomber, yeah, I like naval bomber. Doing this naval effort, but well, we'll get the army somewhat settled here. Not yet able to do heavy infantry battalions. I don't know what we need to research to do that. Enable that, yeah, maybe. Don't know. Work with the national focus, not sure. I haven't started to read it, but I got the audiobook of Toz's Wages of Destruction just recently. Wanna
Angetreten. Ihre Befehle.
that. I'm not that I'm going to do this right off, but I'm just looking at, okay, so we got people in all the right places. We just don't have a large enough army. Fine. Kept falling asleep. Okay. Well, I might. I don't know. I want to, like I say, I got the audio. I want to listen to it. You just have an Audible account, so might as well use up one of my credits for that book. Okay, guys, you are almost victorious there. Spit. We'll go clean up the coast once we get this sort of double wide. And rails running through these places for supply. Okay, naval effort. Great. That's where I want to get. I'm just looking to see if there's other... Okay, we're definitely ignoring all of that over there. U-boat effort, right, yeah. Now let's do this. And we can produce more. We are getting some more. Let's do some. We are nearly full up on our fuel. So let's build some more silos. In and around Berlin. Silos. I've definitely come to study the industry of World War II. Because of the war games that I play, Hearts of Iron primarily, but I'm trying to understand the war more from that perspective than just from a battles and whatnot perspective. Fighting this alone, dude? I mean, none of you guys are coming in to help me out. Okay, well, we got Dora there. Oh, let's stop the attack. Okay, we got Dora researched. I don't know if that's even useful, worth it, whatever. Oh, we can do here. And now that we have Dora research, I think we're still, yeah, let's get a few of these factories once we get the, yep. Close up some of these pockets. Hello, Eric. How you doing today? Okay. Okay. Here's the thing, and I've just been triggered, as you moderns put it. I've been triggered by something that Mamualdi said. I know France had a ton of war profiteering in World War I. I assume Britain did as well. Munitions manufacturers. Okay. Gamer is going to talk out of his ass here a bit because I don't have all the facts and figures to dispute this entirely, but I want to dispute this narrative. Good to hear you were better. Sorry I didn't add trigger warnings. Yeah, no. I'm big in, I can be triggered, but now I don't know if you guys know of what was originally a newspaper comic strip that became a play that became multiple movies. It's called Annie. I don't know if you moderns know what that is, but it's about a little orphan girl. Well, one of the main characters and sort of the father hero figure, his name is actually, in the whole thing, Batty Warbucks. Warbucks. This was made in the interwar period. And it comes out of the sort of, made all your money in the war. Evil guy who made money out of death and destruction, blah, 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 blah. Yes, Daddy Warbucks. And actually, the name is like as if it was a normal name, Warbucks, but it's tied to this whole thing. Okay, I know from some of the stuff that I know about the U.S. in World War I, most of the companies making weapons for the United States military. Now, this is different than making weapons to sell them to, say, the French or the British, but making weapons to for the Americans. Generally speaking, made a very small profit margin on those weapons. And in fact, they might not have made, in significant cases, profit at all over all the cost of ramping up and getting production going and all of the, it may cost, say, $10 to make a rifle, but when do you actually start making that, and you're selling it to the government for say $11 even. You're selling the government, you make it cost you $10 to make it. You're selling it to the government for $11. But the idea of ramping up, building a new building, ramping up production lines, getting all that going, takes years to amortize that cost to actually make profit. Now, maybe they made so many of the P-17 rifles or something in that short period of time that they made back their investment costs, but I'm not sure on this. And there's probably a more healthy profit margin when selling to nations that are at war and you're not, peacetime, before America gets involved in that. And I would suspect most of the French companies, not all, not everywhere, but most of the, I think that was originally America's idea. He made his money in the war comes from. Well, profiteering, okay, well, and now, okay, we'll get to some other stuff here. Along that line, yes. But in the arms production, I would suspect most of the manufacturers of weapons for France were operating on small profit margins. So they might make, in modern terms, lots of money, well, I mean, just in any term, lots of money, but it's making it on a small profit margin, on 1%, on 5%. So yeah, somebody's getting rich, individuals are getting rich, companies are making a lot of money, but that I wouldn't call profiteering. Profiteering, and yes, Nate is sort of right in the Civil War, profiteering is when somebody goes to war and they need something desperately, and you're selling it at an unusually high price, an abnormally high price. Now, in World War I, a lot of men from all the nations that participated in the war had to do one of two things. One, go into the military, could be the Navy, the Army or new Air Forces, but go into the military, lots of men. So they're no longer productive at all because they're defending your nation, so they're useful, but they're not productive. Or they've gone into the armaments, munitions, other war support, making uniforms or boots or whatever, gone into the industry that supports that war. So they are productive, but they're supporting the war effort, as well as lots of women in France, in Britain, in the United States go into war support industries, direct support industries. That there is a high demand for food in Europe, in France and other places. There is also in Germany, but Germany doesn't have access to international markets. Well, the American farmer, and I also believe the Canadian and other farmers, but the American one I sort of know about, the American farmer has high demand for food products. So food prices, that he can sell his food for. I don't know if it's going up so much at the consumer level in America, but at the sort of wholesale level in America goes up. So the American farmer during World War I, this is before America gets involved in America gets involved into the war, joins the war, starts producing a lot more food. And the American farmer looks around and goes, well, if I buy this other land here that isn't being maybe used for food production, next to me, because to this day, there's lots of, people, if you talk about food shortages, there's no real food shortages in the world. There's just transportation difficulties to some regions, whether they are political, say, North Korea not allowing in foreign foods, or Africa, the lack of modern roads and functioning railways, because I think there is, in the Horn of Africa, whether strictly in Ethiopia, there's also a civil war going on up here in Ethiopia right now, if you don't know about it, that tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people are involved fighting right now. As I'm speaking right now, there's a major civil war going on in Ethiopia. Unless peace broke out a few moments ago or a day or two ago or something, I hadn't heard about it yet. But there's, food shortage problems. Yeah, famine. But it's not, and people here can't grow food well because of bad conditions. Could be, I'm sure, are exacerbated to some degree by the Civil War. But so there's, a local food shortage, but there's no global or planetary food shortage. The U.S. has, including like my uncle, who has some farmland, who's being paid by the government to not farm it. Because if he were to farm it, and he's not a farmer, he inherited the land. He has more extended relatives from me that I've never even heard of, but local to him, through that branch of the family and whatnot, who are farmers. And so he could have somebody put his land in productivity, but the government pays him not to have it productivity because that would put too much food onto the U.S. market. So we have lots of land being left fallow meaning, farmland not being farmed, or land that could be made easily into farmland that is just not being done, being productively used. So a lot of farmers looked around, well, hey, I could buy that land next to mine, put it into production and sell it, or I could buy some farm machinery to, more effectively farm. And so I don't have to hire more people or whatever to get more. Because he may have a farmer very well, whether out in the Midwest or on the East Coast, very well may have more land than he can farm himself or his family. And they hire more people during harvest or whatever, but just even the regular farming activity is just more than he can handle on his own. And we're talking, around, 1914, 1915 particularly. And giving some more modern machinery, he could put more of it into production. So with this boom in sales of food to Europe because of World War I, they take out bank loans. And the banks are happy to give out this money because it looks like a really good thing. And so they get that going. Well, there comes a problem. The war ends. Problem number one. Problem number two, the Influenza Pandemic hits, which disrupts both shipping, as you probably realize that we're having now here, as well as, unlike now, massive population loss in comparison to now. There is we have had a lot of loss from our pandemics, though it's not as a percentage of most populations. It is not at tragic levels. It's tragic whenever somebody's dying of it. I'm not going to try to minimize that, but it's not like half the town just died And that was the case in some of these things. It wasn't quite the old, Black Death levels of depopulation, but you did have villages and whatnot that, not just half the town gets sick, half the town dies, the other half is sick, that survives kind of thing. And so you don't have the demand for the food, the prices fall. So all of these farmers who took out what would be sensible loans under the current, wartime market standards collapse. And that there's a brief depression, but that in America quickly goes away, and we have the roaring 20s, and we don't get into the real Great Depression until the 1930s, which is vaguely related but not directly related, in my opinion. So and I'll look at the chat here in a moment. So that's profiteering, but they weren't sitting on a huge pile of food and going, well, we'll only sell it to you if you pay us an exorbitant amount of money. It's more like, oh, hey, you're paying, instead of 10 cents a potato, or 10 potatoes for, a penny potato or whatever, probably back then, or even less, probably 10 potatoes for a penny or something, but I don't know exactly the price of a potato in 1910 or something, sometime period. You're paying, you're willing to pay 2 cents per potato, double the price. Oh, okay. Well, I'll grow twice as much potatoes and sell them to you at that price. And so, is that profiteering? You're getting an edge case there. And you find that in the American Civil War as well. I think, degenerating colloquialism lumps both together, probably because it's used as an attack word. Absolutely, half of the town dies, the other men died. And absolutely, Federico. That's hi, Beam Slam. So that's very much the situation going on. So I reject. I'm sure it happened that people exploited, cheated, scammed governments out of large sums of money because of the World War I and World War II, because there are those type of people out there in the world. Okay, it happens. And I'm sure that there are a fairly large number of people that got rich because of World War I. But I really take this this idea that industrialists want war as being a false situation. I know that, certain, and generally right now on the conservative side, the big industrial companies are trying to gin up war in Ukraine so they can make money, they can profit off of it, blah, 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 blah. Well, let me tell you something. War is ruinous to economies, okay? War is ruinous. And so even if you're saying, these are American companies or Western European companies, and the war is going to be fought in the Ukraine or in Afghanistan or in Iraq or, some part of the third world. War is ruinous. Leading the book leans a lot on the vast contributions of the major German corps to Hitler. But yes. Okay, well, let me get to my hypothesis here. War is ruinous to industry. Industries do not want war. What they do like is the threat of war. And an arms race, a good old arms race, is great for them. They want to go, hey, look, these Russians, we'll try to keep it in the modern term and what's going on topically in the news now. Hey, these Russians have all of these tanks sitting on your border, Ukraine. Hey, these Russians have all these aircraft on your border. Why Ukraine? Or hey, English government, because they did ship a bunch of missiles. Hey, English government, why don't you give Ukraine a lot of missiles to out of your supply stock of missiles to Ukraine, so that if there's a war there, they'll be able to defend themselves. And Britain goes, yeah, that sounds like a good plan. We'll send a few trainers. This is what happens. This is a known fact. Britain flies in a few weeks ago now, a bunch, multiple flights in a day, a bunch of shoulder fire type missiles, maybe a little bigger than shoulder fire, but a bunch of portable missiles, mostly anti-tank missiles, I believe. And we send in a handful of trainers. Literally, I think, less than 20 or something, just some small number of trainers to train the trainers, the guys who are actually going to go and train all the Ukrainians on how to use these missiles, because they're more complicated than a RPG-7, but they're not super complicated. So we'll train the trainers, because these guys only presumably speak English, so you get just some people that are bilingual here, and so you train up these things. That, and then of course, once they've given off all these missiles, well, the United Kingdom's going to need to replace them with these new shiny other missiles. Okay, the threat of war, the idea, and now of course another defense or war-related company will go, hey, Russians, they've got all these missiles. Here, I have this system that you can stick on your tank that will disrupt incoming missiles. And it's only going to be $1 million per tank, but hey, your tanks are like $20 million a piece. So hey, investing another $1 million to protect your $20 million tank per tank, that's cheap. Don't you want to buy our new anti-missile system to put on your tanks? And Russia will go, this is pretty good. Yeah, we like this. Yeah, okay, we'll spend this. And then, we could sell you the old missiles, Britain, the same models as you just gave to Ukraine. But those Russian dudes, they now have this anti-missile system on their tank. We have a missile that will defeat that. Yeah. Whether it would or not, they in tests it shows it will, but may not on the actual battlefield. It's only twice as much, but it'll actually, why do you want missiles that don't work? We'll get you missiles that actually, knock out the tank. Okay. See, this is what they want to have happen: is arms races, is an anti-system, then a system that defeats it, that back and forth over time. That's good. But see, what happens is if there's a war that breaks out, you spend huge amounts of money and you disrupt the system. And then let's say peace, instead of the war break, because let's say if Russia comes in, takes half of Ukraine, I'm gonna posit that if they come in, they only take half of Ukraine. So Ukraine still exists. But Ukraine, the capital, Kiev, gets bombed and shattered and invaded. Some of these other cities, people are dead. Whatever factories that are around that were sort of productive are blown up, because they do have some armaments factories in Ukraine that sell to other parts of the world. All those are destroyed, and they're second-rate arms, but they're still, decent rate arms for Africa or some other place, but not dealing with modern Russian. I keep wanting to say Soviet, but modern Russian stuff. Okay, so Ukraine has been devastated, and it's only half as big as it used to be. And Russia's had lots of their tanks shot up, and lots of their aircraft shot down. And so they're going like, shit, we just lost half the aircraft because those missiles that Britain or America or whoever sent in were actually pretty effective at shooting down aircraft. Well, they're not going to have lots of extra money to buy new shiny toys. They're just rebuilding, resetting up some of the old stuff, paying off all of the stuff. So war is not profitable. It's the threat of war. And so, if there is no war, Russia backs down. Now, in a few years, they can go that the guy who sells the anti-missile system for the tanks, somebody else can go, and hey, those Russians might invade again sometime in the future. We got this missile here. They're expensive, but your national security is probably worth the expense. You can afford these. So you see, they don't want war. They want that threat of war. And so the anti-Jew Hey, Arno, can you go to YouTube and ban the anti-Jew? I don't like that name. I'm not going to tolerate that name. I'm not going to tolerate the anti of any name in any chat. That's any sort of ethnic group. I don't care if it's the anti-German. We're not tolerating those around here. So if you can dig into YouTube and ban that, I know you might take a minute or two to do it, but if you can, Arno, thanks. So yeah, I don't care your personal viewpoints. You can have whatever personal viewpoints you want to have. You can hate whoever you want to hate out on the planet. Just don't bring names or those comments into my chat. I'm a Jew lover, so I love Jews. I think Jews are great people. I'm not Jewish, but I think Jews are great. Don't in any way think that I dislike Jews on any level whatsoever. I am pro-Jewish, I am pro-Israel, I'm pro-Zionist. I think Jews are great. Okay, let's see. Well, the war between Ukraine and Russia will break out soon. Look at all the... Yeah, Arno, I don't know if it's going to break out. There's new talks I heard, I think, within the last 24 hours. I think they're overreacting. There's something going on. Putin is pushing. He's mobilizing lots of forces, spending lots of money, doing what he's doing. There's got to be a plan. I think from one of the Jack Ryan novels, the Russians don't go to the toilet without, I'm paraphrasing here, without a plan. So they have a plan. They have a goal. They have a thing. Okay, he's playing poker with the West, same as he's trying to destabilize. Yeah, he's trying to destabilize Ukraine. He's trying to do things. Thank you, Arno. Yeah, thank you. I'm just reading down through the chat. I get to you. Oh, I agree. Broken window fallacy, but the glacier gets rich. Yeah, but it's a fallacy, and it doesn't. Yes, a storm comes in, breaks a bunch of windows and other things, and there is economic activity to repair it, but it is a fallacy in that it's a good idea. I've gone into a lot of talks. I'm not going into, because I don't know what's going to happen in none of the talks. So that I'm just sure Putin has. He knows what he wants out of his actions, and he has an idea of what he is willing to do. I think he wants to. I think I said this earlier. I think he wants to threaten war, threaten invasion, to get the West. I'm looking everything at Czechoslovakia. I think this is a repeat of Czechoslovakia/Poland. I think he is, because he's grabbed up Ukraine. Because I don't know. At Crimea. I don't know that anybody's officially recognized this as Russian territory now. The Ukrainians haven't. I don't believe the U.S. has. I don't believe the British has. I don't believe any EU country has recognized. Yeah, maybe Turkmenistan has or something. But I don't think anybody's officially recognized this is Russian territory. I don't think whatever territory gains he's made, my cop is right about here, in the Donbass region, I think he wants to get I think he wants territorial concessions here. Maybe along the coast or south of whatever river this is. I don't think he wants to invade, but I think he wants to get the West to put pressure on Ukraine to this sort of region here, give it up, and having everybody sort of recognizing these territories as being Russian. I think that's what he wants. I think he's willing to invade if he doesn't think the cost to the West, his cost in the West would be too. If he doesn't get what he wants. If he doesn't get what he wants, I think he would be willing to invade if he thought the reaction in the West wasn't going to be too severe, and just take it by force. Yeah, you can't create a surplus by blowing things up. So that profiteering thing triggered me. I mean, not in a bad way. I'm not upset at you or whatever, but it just gives me a talking point here. War profiteering, is most of the margins on materiel in war are not very big. Yeah, they're making a profit on every bullet, maybe, likely, but it is super small. And I will contend this: you're gonna have a really hard time trying to change my mind. At least of major nations. I mean, you can find some small edge cases, but only one nation won in World War II, and that was the United States. The United States was immensely better off after World War II than any of the other nations participating in. I'm not saying who was on the winning side or who contributed the most. Yes, the Soviets contributed a lot to defeating the Soviet Union, and they were on the winning side, but the Soviet Union was exhausted. The Soviet Union didn't win as in, hey, yeah, we're doing great now that we were invaded by the Soviet Union, invaded by the Nazis and had all these people killed. No, they didn't win in the game of war. It's only the U.S., and that's how I want to make it. It's not who was on the winning side or who contributed the most. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about who was a winner out of the war, and it is only the U.S. And it still paid a price, heavy price, but it is a winner. I mean, you can talk about edge cases of Canada as a sort of a separate entity, or Mexico or something like that, that really didn't contribute much to the war, that, was sort of there. So, so I just look at that. Okay, I would have invaded already. Yeah, okay. Neutral. I had a professor that wrote a bunch of books on World War. Didn't read them. Yeah. So yeah, I see it as an attack. And I bet you that professor that wrote those was a communist. I bet you so. I have evidence that he's a communist. One, he was a professor. Most professors of history and whatnot are communists. So yeah, so I have some evidence, but I don't have conclusive evidence. But I bet she's a communist, and using that as a line of attack. She's French. Okay, more evidence that she's a communist. Are there any, because yes, that may include economics with somebody writing a book like that, professor, but I have met one economics professor here in the United States that wasn't a communist. He was actually sort of a capitalist. Studied to Sorbonne. Yeah, okay, you're just giving more evidence that she's a communist. So yes, communist. Tell me that voting for Le Pen, she's probably a fascist or something, but tell me, say that she wrote an article in praise of Donald Trump or something, then I'll start to believe maybe she's not a communist, but probably is. I had one history professor. I actually had one history professor who went to Oxford. He was an American, but as I think a young adult, meaning out of the normal college years, but he later went to go study in Oxford, after already getting a whatever degrees here in the U.S., but went to go get his doctorate or something in Oxford. He was a traditionalist and elitist, and very much openly liked engaging with the leftist students around him, and he was openly a I don't know if a reactionary is the right term, but a sort of core conservative type person, but classical, sort of like yay for the king. Now in England or whatever, not, he wasn't trying to bring a monarchy or something to America, but liked America for America, being America good as when it it is, but was like yay, happy for the English royal family, or royal, the royalist versus the parliamentarian. He was on the royalist side, so yeah, a rather conservative sort of person. So yeah, I've known one, but he was outstanding in his difference, and he walked around mostly wearing his Oxford school tie and sort of traditional professor garb, a jacket and whatnot. But yeah, that's one of the few notable non-communist history professors I was around. Russia's going to take strategic regions, or Ukraine likely will push them. Yeah, we'll see what they do. Yeah, France are going, well, perfect. Took decades to recover, never really did. Yeah, absolutely, Ari. Absolutely. Let me try to got it. I almost forgot. Yeah, okay, even more evidence that she's a communist. 2 libraries in 2 countries. I live in, 2 counties, sorry. Border town did not have Common Sense by Thomas Paine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have a copy of it on one of my bookshelves here. Pretty sure. Though, of course, I'm a monarchist when it comes to traditional English setting, so Common Sense is, has its own sort of period leftist viewpoints. Yes. Now, every professor I had knew I was in the history/political science departments. I was taking marine biology. I don't think the professor knew I had a political bent at all, because it didn't matter, because we were in a marine biology course, so nothing, politics, whatever came up, wasn't on the horizon. But whenever I was in, as you can imagine, something that is sort of political oriented, they all knew I was a right winger, if you will. There was no help but to know. Okay, well, 5 years. Yeah, because let's take a quick look. I know we're doing more oil contracts right now. Enigma, continue. Ooh, I'll do a GKF. No, because those are post a meal. Mutually exclusive. I don't. Well, prioritizing. Yes. Okay. So yeah. So this isn't going to help with the Emil fighter. Emil, or the E version, which is more technical. Okay, so let's get researching the Emil. These were these down here. Prioritize. So let's get that going. So we put into production. Yeah, about radical democracy. Oh, absolutely. County libraries or city, or major city libraries, if you're in a major city, which are more important, I would say, than a county library. But if you're rural, a county library, everyone should have a copy of like Poor Richard's Almanac. Ben Franklin, at least some example of that, which I haven't read, but and other similar books that, in Common Sense, that the founding fathers of America should be there and available to check out and read, even if it sits there for years unread. That is not the point, whether it's read or not. I guess for now. It only got stronger. Well, it's the American economy got stronger, but it's also technology in America shoots up. America's employment goes up. Yes, there's obviously tragic death in America, but it's limited. There's virtually no attacks on American home soil. Notice I said virtually. There's some minor, but even the attack on Pearl Harbor does minor damage to the civil infrastructure outside of Ford Island. I don't know if it's at all seeable on this map. Yeah, not really. Well, the Pearl Harbor, Honolulu's up here. Pearl Harbor, the military base, is mostly an island in the middle of the harbor. And that's where the Japanese attacks were concentrated there. There are some bases around the periphery a little bit that were hit. And of course, they strafed civilian vehicles, they strafed civilian buildings and whatnot, and killed civilians well outside, meaning the pilots doing it knew that they were hitting civilian targets, absolutely. But the amount of death and destruction outside of the military facilities was extremely minor. So it just is. We've got 200, which I think is maybe not the max. Oh, okay, 5,000. Okay, so we don't need to try to spend that right now. We are full of fuel. And there are a lot of people out there that would like to, let's see, can I convert any one of these templates yet? Not yet, because we need more troops for Special Forces cap. Okay, I understand weird game mechanics, but I really don't put mounted troops as Special Forces, but that's just me. I put paratroopers. I mean, I would say I would say that the mountain troopers are no more special forces than the Panzer Truppen at this time are. How are we doing for motorization? Just generally trucks. We could produce more trucks. Okay. Still haven't got to Dora. We need to get to Dora into production. I think we're still trying to produce some get full amount of heavy artillery. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, yes. Let's make sure we don't create a new, but we will convert these to better Ju-87s. We're skipping the intermediate. Thanks, Arno. More oil contracts. Very good. Paratroopers. Very nice. I guess going into more about its economy can grow great during wartime as long as it's not directly involved in it. Whether they're neutral or off mainland, impossible. Yeah, there's part of that. There's also global strategic position as well. We ended up with a super navy and could afford to maintain a super navy where Britain was exhausted and its colonialism was quickly fading, and its big navy with it, and things, and it just exhausted everybody else. Even you can look at Vietnam. France couldn't afford Vietnam, after World War II and being occupied and all, but they tried, and of course they could have held on to it. They were determined enough. They could have held on to it, except there were outside forces, particularly the Soviet Union, but also Communist China, that were supplying the insurgents. If the insurgents had to get weapons and pay for them with real money, somehow had to generate the money themselves and not have somebody give them the money, they would have made a tough time for occupying, I think, or capture weapons locally or whatever. They would have made a tough time, but France could have held on to it. into at least Vietnam. Laos and Cambodia, particularly Laos, is hardly worth it. There's just not much there. But France could have held on to it. It's the outside forces pushing into it. They just couldn't afford. And the only way they were able to do what they did, including like Dien Bien Phu, was with American aid and support. Mostly in material aid and support. Not, think some air flights, but I don't really think any ground troops. The U.S. holding on to it, I will forever say the U.S. lost the Vietnam War here. The hearts and minds of the American people, not of South Vietnam. There were definite moments that, especially the Tet Offensive, was a great victory for the American forces. It destroys the VC, the Viet Cong. The Viet Cong become a shadow of itself and barely functions for the rest of the war. The war is taken up by the NVA, the North Vietnamese Army, fighting in Vietnam, in South Vietnam, not the Viet Cong anymore. But the perception of loss there, but in the U.S. is what causes its defeat. Sure, there are armaments companies making money, but it's, you know, they were going to make money anyways in the Cold War. You know, you don't, replacing shot down fighters, you know, they're shot down over North Vietnam or something, really isn't that, you know, because, you know, somebody arguing, well, they would shoot down more and you got to buy a few. Yeah, you're going to buy a few more, but really you'd ultimately have enough profit and stable profit, because what happens is after a Vietnam War, sales go down on weapon systems because budgets have to retract. So sure, one company who makes a particular thing might do well out of it, but the armaments industry as a whole really contracts in the 70s. After the Vietnam War is over, and a lot, look people, bullets are cheap. Bullet manufacturers sure make money and governments spend money there. But you know what really makes money? Are things like aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines. Whether they have nuclear missiles on them or not, that doesn't matter. But nuke submarines cost massive amounts of money. Big B-52 bombers cost lots of money, and there's very few of them are shot down in Vietnam, I believe. I could be wrong about that, but I think very few of them are shot down in Vietnam. And so you need to make aircraft carriers, submarines, and B-52 bombers for a Cold War, whether you're fighting in Vietnam itself. So certain manufacturers, guys who are making bullets, might see higher sales, but overall the armaments industry is looking at that time in the late 60s, early 70s, at the general Cold War, and are making so much more money there. So yeah, it's not as important to armaments companies to making money as the people that want to attack want to make it out, because they want to use it as a means to destabilize nations. That is their method. Okay, I think this is now the plan here. Before we push on the Sudeten, as a mod designer, as a game designer, which I am, in a modding way, I would make a requirement for the manned Sudetenland to have the West Wall, because Germany isn't going to even consider doing something that would cause a war with the Western Allies without a West Wall in place. That is my read upon it, and I think anybody who's moderately rational would have a similar sort of read on the situation. How long is this going to take? $200. We wait just a little while more efficiently. Yeah, I know not doing all these Navy stuff. We could do some submarines. What's the date here? Okay, 38. Yeah, we could do submarines. Uber submarines. Oh, another bot over on YouTube there, Arno. Okay, and this episode has gone on long enough with my prattling on about things. I hope it was entertaining. Thank you so much. Thanks for liking the videos. See you next time for even more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, we'll be making another episode. Don't worry, don't go anywhere unless you need to. Just want to look something up here before we continue. I don't do this enough. Do it some, but not enough. Here we go. Yeah, that's good enough here. It's over there. Okay. Here. Get a Coke, stretch your legs. Yeah, right. I do have a Coke. Let me just stretch a little bit here. Yeah. Thanks, Arno. Yes, yes. Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing look at World Ablaze mod for Hearts of Iron 4's No Step Back DLC. Now, before we get into it, I want to thank Victor, Kevin, Timothy, Nils, Yogdog, Sircon, Chief, Sir Toyjet, and others for your support on Patreon. I should thank you guys more than I do. I really appreciate the support. If anybody wants to, it's only a minimum $1 a month if they want to contribute it, and they can cancel any time. But what I really just actually ask is, if you're here, hit the like button on the YouTube video, and if you're new, hit the subscribe button. That's all I really ask from viewers to do. Other support on Patreon is pleasant and nice, and I appreciate it greatly, but not something I'm asking anybody to do. So yes, and we're going to continue here in July 1938. We are building up to World War II, and I don't know if I didn't. I don't like these things. I got to come in and click all the time. Don't know if that'll get me my trading back to the Netherlands well enough, but recruit more divisions. Okay. Recruit more reserve divisions. We should look at these. Okay, block the Straits of Dover. Yeah, whatever. At least 100,000 manpower in divisions in the field at peace. So this will reduce factory output by 15% and training time for 90 days. Effects will lead to 30 more. Infantry developed at 20. Okay, we'll try this. Okay, let's see, because we do have a fair amount of political power. Iron mines. Now, we are importing. We're not getting all of it. We're getting enough, but not all of our possible rubber from there. We're bringing some iron in from Sweden, so I guess it would be nice to develop some iron mines. Okay, that will help. Continuing our push in and around Spain here. Let's take a look on how Japan is doing out in China. Let's see, the bad guys look like they're winning. We were talking earlier about professors. I had one professor, political science professor, that his hypothesis was that all wars come about because of mistakes. Every single one of them. That was his hypothesis, and he pushed this really hard. He pushed the idea that if I'm trying to give it correct viewpoint, that because I was thinking, Japan coming into China, and it was a mistake, and yes, that the aggressing nation would if the aggressing nation, how do I put this? You did it better. It's a mistaken perception, because either one of two nations is making a mistake. Either the aggressive nation is pushing, and if he goes into war, he's made the mistake that the enemy would not give in to his demands. But the defending nation is also making a mistake, or the defending nation is making a mistake in that the attacker will attack, and he should just give up. So his premise was that, let me get an illustration. Let's go, because Arno's here, the Netherlands, and Germany's invasion of the Netherlands. His argument here is that Germany's going to attack. It's going to be very, very bad. There is no way the Netherlands can defeat Germany. So the Netherlands should just give in, because, hey, why fight a war that you're just going to lose? It is a mistaken perception that you have the ability to defend yourself, so you should just give in. Okay. Germany attacks the Soviet Union. This is a mistake, because Germany mistakenly believes it can defeat the Soviet Union. So Germany made the mistake. Not the Soviet Union this time, because the Soviet Union rightfully justified its belief that it could defend itself. His hypothesis, in my opinion, is incorrect, in that there are nations at times that will know they will lose, but they will fight anyways, and that it is good for them, because in the long run they will still have a nation. And a good example of this would be Poland. Poland was, in 3 different successive waves, was conquered. and in a way, different generations, with the Habsburgs, the Prussians, and the Russians all slowly gobbling up Poland. They beg Napoleon for their independence. Napoleon gives them independence, with the idea that they would be willing to fight for Napoleon. And Polish Uhlans, which were a type of cavalry, and some other units fought very hard for Napoleon in his wars of conquest, including out in Spain and other places that don't matter for Poland. But then, of course, Napoleon wins or loses, and Poland disappears again. But we see Polish resurgence after the World War I, and fighting and defeating a Bolshevik, Soviet, whatever you want to call it, invasion, and throwing them out so Poland gets to be a nation. Poland fights at the beginning of World War II and loses, but fights determinedly hard, and fights again when, during the war. I mean, there's both, mostly in the West, though there is some stuff in the East. Even there are some pro-Soviet Poles, pro-Bolshevik Poles that fight during World War II, and then what they think is going to win, they do the war, not the Jewish ghetto uprising, but the Warsaw uprising. They do now. They mistakenly think that the Soviets will continue their advance, but as soon as Stalin hears about the Warsaw uprising, he halts any advancement along that front line and waits until Germany puts down kills off all the Poles before he advances again, because he does not want these strong nationalistic Poles. But because of that, because the perceptions in the West, Stalin has to create a Polish state. I don't know. He probably would have anyways, but I'm not sure on that, because remember, these regions here were all part of Russia, and I could readily see Russia, Stalin just taking those again, and these parts here would just end up being part of what becomes East Germany. Because this becomes, this sort of up here becomes part of Russia itself. So I could just see Russia taking all of East Prussia. I keep clicking on an airbase. Take all of East Prussia as directly part of the Soviet Union. So Poland fights and loses multiple times during World War II, but it successfully creates the national identity of Poland in fights. So sometimes you're going to lose, but you still fight, and it is not a mistake to do so. Oh, even more bots over on YouTube for Arno. How nice. Not that they're terrible bots, but you don't want to follow them, and we don't need them here and whatnot. So yes, I think his hypothesis is a mixture of wrong and useless, because it's just more of these anti-war leftists that war is always the mistake, and either you're not going to defend yourself well enough, or the enemy will just not attack you, so just no war. War is going to happen, people, unfortunately, and it's not some grand mistake. Okay, we're going to try to cut these guys off. Maybe the nationalist. Okay, let's see, we're here, we're in the south. We're going to move to this air base here. Yeah, we're going to put air more over there. There we go. Got these guys cut off. Let's support this attack. Okay, good. We'll give Spaniards and the Italians and others to sort of react to the changing of the battle. Okay, so we now have West Wall. Cheap, easy. Hit national focus button. Get West Wall. Well, where's West Wall? Why did I misread it? Oh, I think. Oh, yes, I did. This is actually sort of smarter stuff. Build the border watch. Okay. Use. Oh, okay. So hey, this is actually pretty good. I like this. I like this. So this is just not hit button get result. That's what I don't like about Hoi 4's setup. It's hit button now do this. So 90 days. So we've got 90 days to wait before we do build West Wall border watch. The Grenzline, I think it's called in German. Is good there. We're still not yet to a 1,000,000-man army. We're not going to send 500. Okay, we'll do this now. Okay, so keep that in mind, people. When you're playing this mod, you probably want to do the West Wall a little earlier than I did to get it completed or get it in better state. Earlier. They've reacted now. Yeah, let's push up in here so we're not crossing a river. This way, come in here, cut off all these railroads. Maybe the Nationalists will move in behind me, creating this pocket. Okay, they're going to collapse fast, I think. Okay, let's attack there. Create another pocket. Small one, but uh-oh, we got cut off. Come on, people. Okay, now we're back to being connected. Stop attacking here, because there's 4 of them here, but there's only 1 here. So if we get that now, we've got these guys cut off. Oh, back here. Don't lose the plot here. Let's attack here. Okay, well, we've expanded our fuel silos, but I think I want to do another one. Let's put it, yeah, about... Even more production capable. Okay. But this is absolutely needed, but some radars. Getting close enough.
Vorrücken!
There may be events to do the radars better. I don't know for building them, but I want a few to make sure that I at least have those. We have General Rommel in charge here. He is reckless, he's a media personality, he's an armored officer, he's a war hero, he's a trickster, he's a desert fox. But it says here that he's learning to be a mountaineer and he's 13% done. I would suggest that probably both the developers of Hearts of Iron 4 and the people who, Uncharted and whoever, that make World of Blade, ought to read a book. Not just any book, but maybe they ought to read a book called Infantry Attacks. They will find that Rommel spends virtually, 80-90% of his career in World War I as a mountain soldier. He is probably one of the premier mountaineers in German service. He should have that trait at start, more so than panzers or other traits like that. He is very much... Hello, Suitor. How you doing? How is life treating you today? Okay, Warn the Waffen SS 2 days. How's that? Okay. Yeah, I think we should go full Nazi now. Or do we want to do this? Coming up to this, well, we haven't trained the army. I will train the army up at least some before the outbreak of the war, and no, we can't do anything. So let's add unit here, add unit here, add unit there. Okay, that maxes out our training potential. Yeah, let's go full Nazi here. I think Rommel made a book. Infantry Attacks is his book, and it's all set in the mountains except for the earliest days. The earliest days he is commanding a Bavarian company or whatever in the Low Countries here. But after he's wounded and then comes back to service, it's all in the mountains. Is going for the SS League to something useful? Well, I don't know if it does or doesn't. It's as much about, for me, just exploring the mod and seeing what's going on. I'm presuming it's going to give us Waffen SS unit type things. Okay, well, 14 days. What I'm sort of waiting on here is, let's come over here. Okay. Well, this way. We have the Panther. Do we want to do this now? Or just about everything is early here. Hey, thanks for following the channel. Do appreciate it. Black might be useful, at least the cheap AAs. Okay. Bit of peace and quiet after helping out with the release of CK3 DLC. How are you doing? I haven't been playing CK3 at all, but glad it's out. I'm doing great. Okay. Research. Those are just yeah, let's do. Okay, so we will consider, though we're doing the Waffen SS now, but we'll consider doing more flat towers. Oh, and we want to put, okay, we want to come down here and do a +1 so it's not infinite. So whenever these are completed, some are much further. Okay, that one's hardly along at all, so we're going to cancel this. That isn't long enough at all. Even these may not be great, but we'll accept them and keep them going. We're just building submarines. We'll do the Type 7C here, class U-boats. Oh, mentioning U-boats here, Ari, who I think is still hanging out in chat, recently gave me the game U-boat, and I've been playing it some, just going through the tutorial right now. I will be making a few episodes. I was thinking to have my friend Eric, who was here but maybe is also off now, I don't know, edit them up. If you were going to watch something like U-boat, that you command a U-boat and you tell different crew members what to do, and yes, there is a fast forward, so as you're coming out of La Rochelle or whatever, you can get to your your zone of operation a lot quicker. So because it goes down to real time, or maybe near real time, as a base thing to speed up to super fast. I mean, there's different speeds. Would you want to see that raw? And yeah, I'll be speeding things up, or would you rather see that edited down to the essential bits, the fun bits? And basically, it's you command the U-boat, you command the officers, and then there's some enlisted men that'll follow along with, depending. Like if you have an officer up, with binoculars scanning the horizon, you can assign. And they'll sort of pick them, but you can assign like a couple of other enlisted men to come up and help, search for possible targets. Or if you're had an officer come up to command a gun to sink a freighter, and I had two other crewmen come up and assist them. So you're sort of telling them what to do. You're planning, you're supplying the submarine with food and whatnot and fuel, getting ready to go out and have it. So don't know. It seems like a fun game. I'm definitely going to make some, and then see if enough of you watch it, whether I'll do a complete sort of series on it or not. That's everything, guys. Is I know some people get frustrated that I don't complete series. Well, a lot of it is viewership goes down, and I really don't need to make games for nobody to watch them, or very few people. So I'm always conscious of the numbers. Yeah, they're doing some pretty good tech trees here, Suter. For some nations, like Austria was just generic. We can see here for Czechoslovakia, they have a pretty decent one. They're doing some ARM exports. I want them to do the industry before I take them over, because I want to take over a well-developed Czech industry. But they've been doing ports, which won't help them any with the, defenses if I just get them without fighting. But yeah, they're doing a decent job here with World Ablaze. Make a better U-boat version. Well, okay. Well, these are fixed, Arno. As far as I understand, these models for things like U-boats are fixed to the historical ones. So you do have some things like better depth charges or sonar, but you don't do better versions of U-boats. They're fixed to the historical model. So when we can theoretically, whether I will or not, research better U-boats that way, just going down there to see some raw. But if you do it at regular 1 speed, yeah, well, part of it would be, the attack run, setting up the, for the torpedo attacks and whatnot would probably be a slower speed. I don't know. Just didn't know if you guys had a preference for editor or not. Oh, we need to get another one of the U-boats into production fully. Okay, again, our best class currently. U-boat. Yeah, we'll see about researching some of that. These I think will upgrade on already developed, so we can do sonar, I guess. Oh, this is motorized and mechanized units. I didn't realize vehicle winch here. Okay. Snorkel, that is later. Basic submarine fuel tank. Okay, well, we could do some of that. We'll just be getting a lot of these because I like that we can normally keep them on infinite, but as we run out of currently produced models. Yeah, as we go through these. Okay, 10 reserve divisions, excellent, and that. Okay, so let's look here. Develop the German coastline. Okay, add building slots, divert production, storage repairs. Well, we don't need that just yet. Berlin. Oh, so this is, well, it's surplus, which isn't bad. We have a surplus of iron importing, so let's get that down by at least 50 there. Are we importing any? Oh, we are importing some bauxite, so okay, we don't need any of this. That'll free up some factories. Okay, so yes, we'll come over here and no, here. I didn't realize we'll do the winch first. Yeah, we'll do the sub fuel tanks first. Generally, the boring parts of U-boat are the parts where there's nothing spotted or head on hydro, and you're just waiting to find. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking is why if I get somebody to edit it. Eric's a very good editor. And likes doing the job. I don't dislike it, it just takes time. And I produce a lot of episodes. Okay, we now have the Waffen SS. Don't know. There'll probably be some stuff over here. Okay, well, we're producing units as fast as we can currently. So this is the times in October, September that happened historically. Yeah, let's try this. We got as big as army as we can be training and working right now. Yeah, we can do more. Okay, we've gotten a lot of fuel silos. Maybe not. I was recommended to have approximately 200 plus military factories, and we've achieved that goal, especially by the time the war starts. Once we get the Czechoslovakia done, more sub-production. Yeah, this is just going to be a send out subs and do that kind of stuff. Really, maybe I should produce transports. Okay, we'll produce some transports. Things. Okay, we won here, yay. Well, a little earlier than historical, but not huge. Okay, well, we no longer do the Spanish thing because we now won. Now, let's see here. Okay, yeah, Himmler Field Command, no, we're not insane. And the only thing worse is you would want Himmler to do something athletic. Well, okay, so we built the first Grenzwatch here. We've got level 3 along the border there. I like Grenz because of the border. Starland has full control. And here, two along the French border. Very well. I guess so. We're going to go a bit higher on things. Yeah. Good, Federico. Himmler was an administrator. That's all he was. All he was functionally capable of being. He was lousy. I would say lousy at power politics. Dealing with other. There's a lot of sort of power politics going on within the National Socialist regime. Himmler, I should say, Himmler's always having to tag along with others in the politics game. He does have the secret police and the sort of threats there, but that's it. He's not good at doing a lot of that kind of maneuvering. I would judge. He just isn't. He's an administrator. He is building up the administrative Waffen-SS state, and he relies heavily on people like Reinhard Heydrich, Sepp Dietrich, as use sort of a modern term, influencers in and around Hitler. Hitler, I believe, likes Sepp Dietrich. And he uses Paul Hauser and others for the military influence that is going on with the Waffen-SS. But he is not a good politician. He's not going to run governments well. And he's definitely not going to run militaries well. Entire group, army group surrounded. Not yet, anyways. Yeah. Okay. So we got some more. Let's do synthetic refineries, I think. I think we'll do some more synthetic refineries out here in the east. Now, fighters that we need to put into production. Well, here these are not hugely in advance, so we'll start leaning into some of these now. Right, better armored cars, and again, we're moving over back to industry. Okay, good. Now, it was 21 days. Flat towers, maybe. Observation from Spain, definitely. There we go. Get that through. Okay. Very good. Yep. The division back somewhere. Okay, and okay. Good. Okay, Rommel is. He should be a mountaineer. Expert at it. Good. Now, no, we should. Well, we'll do that in a moment. No, 35. Not doing that till the war breaks out. No, we'll do this 21 days. Maybe that'll get us. Now, can we deploy? Okay, we can deploy these guys. I know they're not 100% trained. Does that? Maybe done it before starting flak towers. Okay, not yet. I'm sure there's some way to see how many people we have, but it doesn't really matter. We're training up people as fast as we can now. Well, mentioning that, Let's give a few of these guys some training instructions.
Ihre Befehle.
Don't know if there's any railways we should be building. But yeah, we'll build another fuel, or not a fuel silo, but a synthetic fuel. Manpower icon, okay, here. Okay, infield, okay, yes, we do have that, right. So in training, well, if we get what we have in field and in training out there, it won't be enough yet, but it'll be nearly, so, well, it's about as fast as we can expand our army right now. Could have earlier on jumped a little bit faster on how many divisions we had, but I was maybe wrongly worried about stockpiles at the time. Like I say, maybe wrongly. Black towers. Yeah, okay, this isn't going to happen. No, we're not going to do city fortresses now. Not that this is enough. I don't know if anything is ever enough, like as in fuel, but let's do a bit more. Let's see what we can do here now. Build west wall air defense zones. Right, okay.
Ihre Befehle. Ausrücken. Bereit.
Sure.
Ausrücken. Angetreten.
I'm gonna eventually break these guys up here in the north off in their own
Zuhören.
command.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Leaves army. Well, putting us a little behind, but let's do creation of Panzer 3. We don't need to even do this, it looks like. So through here and develop more iron. Now let's look here for, well, production costs for artillery. That would be nice. Down. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do tall. Superiority, air experience gain. Yeah, we'll do air superiority. I think we're going to try to keep our ships out of action as much as possible and use submarines. So we're going to go donuts, and he's also tasty, of course. And I think we're going to end the episode, not the live stream, but the episode here. Want to thank you all for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. See you next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, let's make a save just in case I want to come back to something. But we'll make another episode. And we'll donuts, yeah. Good Homer Simpson. Impersonation there. Okay. And another bot on YouTube. Oh, yes. And we're getting a lot of those today. Feel important when bots come to target my channel. I feel so important. Yeah. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing look at the World Ablaze mod for Hearts of Iron 4, No Step Back. We are continuing this, but before we get into it, I want to thank Victor, Kevin, Timothy, Nils, Yogdog, Sircon, Chief, and of course Sir Toyjet and the Hoffmanator for your support over on Patreon. Thank you guys so much. If other people wish to, they can contribute as little as $1 a month. But what I really ask everyone is if you'll smash that like button, and if you're new here, hit the subscribe button. That's all I really ask. All I really want you to do is, if you're watching the videos here, is to like the videos and subscribe to the channel. Otherwise, it's anything more, I'm not requesting at all. But thank you for those who do support me over there on Patreon. Now, let's see, what is their experienced regulars? These guys are trained. Yeah, I know it's a mixed batches. Going on. Okay, now we have the Emil, the BF-109E. Researched. So what we're going to do, and we've skipped one level because every time you do this it hurts it a bit, but we're just going to jump to here. Now that sucked, guys. And now maybe the intermediate would have that's a bigger hit than I was anticipating. That really sucks. That's the kind of hit I would think you're going from Ju-87s to 109s. Yeah, I'm not terribly fond of that. Not terribly fond of that at all. Anything else over here? Switch to probably not. Okay, have we got? Okay, we've gotten 2 of the 3 military factories in production on Dora. First Dora.
Zuhören! Ihre Befehle?
Creation of Panzer Truppen. Very good. We'll see about that maybe, but I'm... okay, currently... Okay, well, if we got all the ones in training done, we would have over our 1,000,000. So let's look here. Who can we spam out early? Well, we can put out the Panzer Division early. We can't increase any faster than we're currently increasing. Right. Well, maybe a maintenance company. We don't need motorized. We just need that. Oh, what? Oh, that's right. We have to get rid of this before we can make any changes. So what we need to do is, I think it'll be these guys here. I think maybe 1 or 2 divisions down here. No. Yeah, this may be it. Yeah. No. Down here. No, it's this one.
Angetreten!
Is that all of my divisions that I can? Yes, I don't think. Okay, now I can come in and edit this. I think maintenance company. Yes. Okay. Well, it'll fill up some more manpower, and we have the support to do so. So let's do that. That will help keep the cost now. Okay, combat width is 27, and I've been informed that 30 is sort of the magic number, and so width here is 2, artillery width here is combat width is 3. Combat width is 1. Well, keep doing that. I just want to clear out of. I should just look back here. No, even more bots over on YouTube. Why is 30 not changed? Oh, for the DLC, for the mod, 30 is the magic number here. For this mod, my understanding is the best number you can have here. Here, for example, if a total of 90, you can fill division with that. So 30 is sort of the magic number with this mod, I've been informed. Obviously, support units don't count. We do have support AT here. How much? Okay, we have the manpower courses, one thing we're trying to do, and we have enough towed anti-tank. Do we want to... Now, I understand at some point it becomes available to do heavy infantry battalions. I don't know if they have any extra combat width, but I don't know. Now, do we have enough anti-air equipment? We are producing some, but I think we'll leave this off for the moment because we don't need combat width at the moment because we're at peace. And if we build enough AA units, we can put them in, or AA guns, we can put them in units later. Okay. We're really just wanting to get demand that we are. Okay, well, just have to wait. So we got another little while to wait. So we might as well do another decent alliance with Italy, 14 days. Jaeger focus? Well, that could be an interesting thing. Let's come over here. Recent Mountaineer technology. Doesn't appear to be that. Because that not... yeah, that doesn't look like it. We went... Unless it's something over here and we're not going to get. You know, Great War Tactics Infantry to Doctrine. 5 the Freikorps. Now, maybe, and I've sort of figured it might be more related to, though I didn't specifically see it here, like this with this here. Is it here? I'm not seeing a heavy infantry unit. See motorized infantry, I see mountain infantry. So maybe it just, I don't know. There's things I don't know about this mod for sure. Somebody was saying. So I'm going to ignore that for the moment. Okay. Other special forces? Yeah, that could be. I know what you're talking about here. Brandenburgers. Mobile training. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Doesn't mean it's not there. I'm just saying I'm not seeing it. to the next national focus. About 35 days until we get. Yes, we're doing industrial research right now because I really do focus on that. Yeah, we'll take the bonus. Get that done quickly here. I think Britain's always going to win that because I'm not going to pay enough attention to Dutch economic issues. Okay, we need to get large flat towers for those. $90 days down 50. Yeah, that training time that I took before may have slowed up things. So I'm not going to do the training time 100% more right now until we get. I think this is. Yes, but don't specifically have the facts to argue all that now, but
Angetreten.
okay, well, I think we're going to. I know he's still level 2. I think we're going to stop him. We're training. Let's look over here. Yeah, I think we're going to stop you.
Ihre Befehle.
Okay, a little more training here, I guess. What are we doing up here? These guys, yeah, green. So let's get you training.
Angetreten. Achtung.
Just send him some more divisions when they become available.
All right.
Give you 2 Rommel. Well, we're just still February and we got to work through our national focus tree. So we're a little behind schedule, Arno. A little behind schedule.
Achtung. Ausrücken.
Okay, we now have enough people in the field.
Ihre Befehle.
We're gonna come. Well, let's. Well, we're just taking the Sudetenland, so that a little more time to get down to fate of Czechoslovakia. So let's do Sudetenland. Zog submits to Italy. Nice. Zog's a character. He's cool. Dictator, whatnot, sure, but cool.
Zuhören. Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken.
But a 200 is what I wanted to do. Now we're down a little bit negative, yeah. That's more worrying. Why is Siam not trading with me? Okay, well, let's go bye-bye to Siam. Let's go 10 factories here. Now that we're in 39, we can do well that. Okay, well, we could invite Italy to our faction, and I don't know of a good reason not to at this time, so yeah. Radars, okay. That.
Achtung. Zuhören. Zuhören.
Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to unassign him, assign him to Meet up with the rest here. Because they don't need training. Now, if we were to come, well, no, we'll get these guys trained up first. Train them on the light panzers. Use those up. It could be. And heavy infantry on support company, I'm not sure. That. Getting this. Okay, the conference, we get Sudetenland Munich Agreement. Cool. Okay, first Vienna Award. Early 39, but we want to spend the 70 days for another research slot. Probably. We will do this now. Now that we're getting in a time that we'll be better at researching stuff. Okay, now over here, what we want to do is come, no, actually we want to come here and start BF 110 production. Let's give it 2 lines of factories. Okay, we need to get more aluminum, so that maybe more bauxite. No, probably it just means more aluminium to speak English as opposed to American. There we go. Do that. I don't know if we need to do that. Build the west wall up into there. We've got it to level 7 along there. We've got it to, yeah, level 7 here, so we're doing good. I think that'll be defensive enough. This is the one. First this. Hello, Spiraling. How you doing? Well, the war starts soon. I don't know that we're going to get to it today. It's just April 39. We're a little behind the curve on doing some of the national focuses, so it'll probably be 1940. So unfortunately, probably not today. But don't you want peacetime Germany? You want to go to war?
Zuhören. Ausrücken. Befehle. Zuhören.
So they're being menacing to the Czechs.
Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle. Ihre Befehle.
To know you're there and ready to invade you whenever they want to. Well, okay. Definitely on the agenda for sure. Better railways. Got level 3, level 4 down, 3 down to here. Level 3 over into here. 4 to there. Get level 4 down to there, getting ready for moving east eventually, but I don't know. No. Sudetenland Area Railroad. What I'm really interested to see is how all of this is going to affect into here, particularly. Yeah, I hope and pray the Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 4 Black Ice team, it's two different teams, takes this into account and gets rid of all their silly penalties for invading the Soviet Union, because it's the railway, stupid, to use an old quote, that affect supply. It's not that there's some sort of magical can't move supplies through Russia. Yeah, I know about the Rasputina mud, and I know about the winter. Yeah. And those can have seasonal effects for both of those events. But otherwise, it's just the railways and your length of supply chain. I mean, there's nothing more than that. And now that we have railways in the game and whatnot, I hope they get rid of all that stuff. This thing that made me rage quit, if you're not familiar with the videos in Black Ice Hoi 4 that I made some time ago. So, yeah. Hopefully they get rid of all that.
Ihre Befehle.
Rained there. Why isn't it just running supplies this way? I don't know. Still gotta learn some of the details of the road. Level 1, AA. Yeah, let's push it already. Bonuses. Orange here, okay. Good. Soul XP. I'm not really playing the spy game. This playthrough, I'm more looking at the rest of the mod. So no plans to at the moment. Advanced machine tools, nice. Damage. Those are just so far in the future that better to wait. Let's see, since those are bomb damage, and we do have other things like mortars we could do, but let's go around. Yeah, we'll pursue the F model now. Six more days and we'll get on to the rest of, well, we'll get to the next bit, which I think gives that to Hungary. Pack 40, yes, or pack 38, yes, please. Yep, let's keep heading down this Vienna Award. 21 days. And, oh, yes, of course, this is also because we now have a lot more things to research time-wise.
Angetreten.
Okay, you stop doing your thing.
Ihre Befehle. Angetreten.
Okay, green fairly well. Okay, a lot of green units in von Kuchler's army, so let's get you training. I think you could use maybe another division up here. But we also want to add those army, get them trained up. I find adding logistics to tanks, motor, and mechanized would be very useful. Yes, I think you're correct about that. We have logistics motorized here and motorized maintenance for our armored unit here. We're only so far, and yeah, let's get one of these in. We'll play with the no, not edit. No. We'll play with the order of battle later on. We'll get some just motorized divisions coming in as well. And is convert some of these to the better unit. Okay, because we can't. Okay, it isn't. So we don't have a large enough army to deal with all of the additional. Let's see, get more rubber coming in. First Vienna Award. Yes, gave that bit of Czechoslovakia to Hungary. And the fate of Czechoslovakia. I created a really, and I've ported it back to my Hoi 3 version of Third Reich events, but I made a really great event chain for this whole Czechoslovakia stuff that was tied into the national focuses. That was really cool. Yeah, 35 days.
Zuhören!
Now we'll give them to long foot. And got a few to push into Danzig. We'll send them over to here. Low manpower. Okay, well, we have a lot of political power. I guess we need to move to extensive conscription. Yeah, let that probably get too low. Let's assign these to somebody over here. I'm also going to add these and him into this, and we're going to create another theater, and we're going to give it, don't know who this guy is, Carl Iso, he's a mountaineer, yeah, so he'll be good for going after Norway. Let's go to Gunnar von Klug, and let's move him over to here for the west, command in the west, and that over here. And since he has a lot of very green units, or some very green units, we'll get these guys training up some better. Now we could, let's see, naval research, destroyer, heavy cruiser. Yeah, we're going to do submarine and cruiser submarine production costs. That would be good. I don't know why Kleist is mobile genius, but okay. We'll add others later on, just we don't need to drain this down super low right now, just because we could. Fighting level 3, nice. And I think we'll go to advanced oil processing here. Get more gain from refineries. We have well, we're filling up slowly now because we've expanded it. Our stockpile, which is reasonably large, but we're not burning oil, or burning fuel, however you say it, right now, so it isn't that big of an issue. Okay, oh, pause. Okay, yeah, we're just going to play historical, not that it's best necessarily, just Czechoslovakia. Okay, put the squeeze on that there. This is a judgment call, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Should Bohemian Moravia be a Reich Commissariat, or should it just be integrated into Germany? Basically, just to give you a bit of background while we talk about it, though you could start spamming away or if you're watching later on YouTube, you can put your thoughts in. I'd like to hear it. Well, all the Sudeten land, in which here is integrated in Germany, that was overwhelmingly German-speaking and overwhelmingly friendly to the idea of joining the Grossreich, the Greater Reich. There was a significant, I don't have good stats, and I don't know if there's any stats in my head right now, but significant, and isn't like 20% maybe. I don't know if that's accurate, but people that consider themselves German ethnically living in Prague. The elite language in Prague had been German until really the sort of the 1930s and the push until the Nazis, and when Czechs, a lot of people that consider themselves Czech, it's sort of like I don't know all of you here, but I use a couple examples that I know that are either here now or have showed up. But people like Arno and Eric, they speak English very well. I've heard them, I do voice chat when we play things like War Thunder or just hang out. But one's Dutch and one is Norwegian, but they speak English and they communicate, and I think in English very well, but they still consider themselves Dutch and Norwegian and not English or American. So just because you speak German, just because you may watch, read a German newspaper back then or listen to a German radio broadcast, doesn't necessarily make you German. I totally get that. And there was sort of a growing anti-German sentiment, so people didn't want, when they were at a restaurant or wherever else, they didn't want to speak to each other in German to have the other Czechs think they're German and not Czech. Now, once the Germans took control, they were fairly happy with anyone who could speak a reasonable amount of German. Didn't have to be perfect. Didn't have to be like, hey, I'm, high level or whatever, just spoke reason and wanted to declare themselves German, to accept them as being German. They would reasonably do so. Yeah, we know about certain groups, particularly like Jews, but others that would be rejected if known to be so. There were definitely Jews and gypsies and others that, including people just like Czechs, that got the Nazis convinced that enough that they were Czech and didn't have that status on any documents. So, and they weren't asking, I mean, if you were going to join something like the SS, they were asking for genealogical charts and things like that. That's just sort of the SS and certain maybe other Nazi organizations, just a few. But mostly it's just, if you're, say you're German, when it comes to here. So a lot of people, or I don't know, ease of life, accepted being German. But that I don't think was the majority of people that spoke German that weren't considered themselves German. Now, a lot of course, the Germans living in Prague spoke a certain level of Czech too, of course. And this is, of course, again, I know most of you are familiar with the, being part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and being in the Austrian part of it. Again, the traditional, just so that you know, the traditional elite language of the Habsburg Empire, which becomes the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was, of course, French, not German. The elites in the Austro-Hungarian Empire spoke French to each other and German to their servants, the Austrian parts. So they very much tried to speak French to each other as much as they could in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Now, at some point, that does start changing. I don't know, and that's definitely the point up into the Napoleonic Wars, and it very well may be the anti-French sentiments of being invaded multiple times by Napoleon and the French army that changes that. I don't know, but I know up and through the Napoleonic Wars, French is the elite language of the Habsburg Empire. And so, but they're also, any major city, any major area, industrial area, I should say, any major city, any major industrial area of the Austrian part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, you will have a significant number of German settlers, or whatever you want to call them, living in there. And all the German ones very much embraced, as far as I can tell, unless you're, some radical communist or other reason to be anti-Nazi, they embraced being German and came in to that. Now, once you did that, you were subject to being German. Things like the draft, and all of that going on. Now, there was no Reichskommissar. There was a Reichsprotectorship, because there are Reichskommissars in the East. It was a Reichsprotectorship, and it was under Constantine von Rath. This guy right here. He was chosen partially because he's a smooth-talking charmer. He, as far as I could tell, not really that much of a Nazi, and I don't know if he ever actually joins the Nazi party. Probably does. I don't know, but he's not one of the Nazi. He's one of the people that sort of Hitler inherits when Hitler comes to power in his power alliance with Franz von Papen and so we'll call him the German Nationalist Party, and stays around. Franz von Papen stays around. Again, he was the former Chancellor of Germany, becomes Vice Chancellor of Germany once at some point after Hindenburg dies. And I think, though I'm not sure, I haven't looked into it, and there's a dog barking outside my window here. Another dog, I don't know. But so distracting. I think in the moves when Hitler unifies the chancellorship and the presidency as the Führer, I think that's when the the vice chancellor goes, well, and I think it's and that's in 1934. In 1935, I think it is, Franz von Papen is set to be special ambassador, special emissary to Austria, with the goal of getting Anschluss to happen. After that, then later he's sent as, at some point, I don't know how quickly, he's sent as ambassador down to Ankara and the Turks. And he ends the war there. So some of these and he's not a Nazi. Franz von Papen is not a Nazi. He is a collaborator with Nazis, but not a Nazi. And I don't know. Von Neurath, I wouldn't put him as a core Nazi for sure. He's never part of the inner circle. He's definitely there coming in here. There is some resistance to German occupation. But my God, you have the most of the I don't know why we need to research this. We should just have this now. But the development of the 38T onward is continued by Czech developers, and probably the best artillery piece of the war is designed very late 1944, early 1945 by the Brno Arsenal. It's a really advanced piece of artillery that never gets put into production because, the war's collapsing, but they continue to collaborate with the Germans. I don't know if it's wholeheartedly, if you will, or not, but they do. So I don't know. So if you're a Czech, you're not subject to being drafted into the army, but oh boy, you're subject to being drafted into war work or other sorts of labor if you're not already in something like that. So no one's chimed in whether they think it's a good idea to have this as a Reichskommissariat or just integrate it into Germany. I would just integrate it into Germany, and with the only real unhistorical thing is how manpower. But then as I'm thinking it here, sure, like I just said, to the best of my knowledge, there's no Czechs or people that declare themselves to be Czechs are drafted into the army. But oh boy, they're required to do labor, whether it's farm labor or work in the Brno arsenals or whatever. They're not just like, oh, hey, I want to be a YouTuber or whatever the equivalent might be then, write, newspaper articles or something like, yeah, there were newspapers, but they were approved. You had to fit in with the program, or you were in trouble. So if the Reich needed labor, even, need you up in Dresden or Leipzig, they'll send you there. So they were very well integrated into the German war machine. So I don't know. I'm sort of surprised nobody's had any comments. Okay. Well, let's see. We are sort of running out of time to research. Okay. Where is Danziger? Okay, Ribbentrop. We're not even... Okay, so that's Ribbentrop. Second Vienna Awards. Where's... Danziger was right here. Okay, so we need to continue down this. We are running late in getting the war started. So I was anticipating having these factories. Okay, capture. Okay, well there's the 38T. Good. So let's click here. Good, so now we have that. And we have a production line unfulfilled, but we have a production line of them. Okay. Well, we might as well do bomb damage vulnerability reduction. We don't need to be bombed, but form the alliance. I don't know how. Look here. Okay. Yeah. Don't know how they're going to do this because Czech industry was massive. They produce a massive amounts of munitions, bullets, artillery shells. For Germany, they produced large quantities of Mauser rifles, fairly large quantities of machine guns. Of course, also 35T variants, trucks. No, technically, one of the main Tatra trucks are located over in this part, which though we don't have much industry there. Yeah, I don't know. That seems a bit wrong. Now we're in production here. Good. Well, I think it's going to wait until next episode. I want to thank you all for hanging out with me. Love any comments on Czechoslovakia, those of you watching later on YouTube. Like to hear your feedback because I'm, going to design mods and try to figure these things out. Thank you very much. See you next time for even more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. All right, everyone. Well, I've been at this for about 4.5 hours, so I think I'm going to take a break. Really do appreciate you hanging out with me. I will be back tomorrow with War Thunder. I hope Arno and other people will join me in that. And we can have fun doing that. Thanks, Suter. And it's, I think, Order of Battle Allies Resurgent Tuesday for Slytherin. I think that's what I'm doing for them. And of course, be back next weekend. Tomorrow, War Thunder, Naval. Maybe Arno. Maybe. If we can get some people, or either if everyone leaves us early enough and I still feel like playing, we can play it at the end, or if enough of the other team wants to. Arno, play with me some other time during the week. Hit me up like Monday, Tuesday, whatever. Join us when Eric and other people, will play some Naval then. Gladly play some Naval some other times. as well when it's just we can play on our own. Gladly do that. So hit me up when you see me on Steam or on Discord, and we can play some naval for sure. So thanks everyone. See you next time.